Good morning. We will be broadcasting here in a few more minutes. We'll give others an opportunity to log on. But we are going to be presenting on the Indian Housing Plan fiscal year 2023. We have personnel that are going to be providing presentations to you this morning. So we will get started in the next few minutes once we have a few more individuals log on, and then we'll get started. Warm up your coffee and then make your last Good morning again. You may not have heard me. Just like to make this announcement again. We will be getting started here pretty soon, and we will allow other participants or attendees to sign on and log on. So we'll get started here real soon within the next 5 minutes or so. Thank you. Is my arrow pointing on yours too? So. Good morning. My name is Earl Tooley, working with Navajo Housing Authority as a veteran liaison. I will be your moderator this morning. Our particular presentation is on the Indian Housing Plan, Indian Block Grant for 2023. We have other personnel that will be providing presentations, but I will do the initial presentation in regards to the Native American Housing Assistance and Self-Determination Act. I would like to share with you the basics in regards to the verbiage, and then also the presentation you have on your particular screen.
Maureen's lady.
Yeah, it's going on all week.
Okay. So, sorry about that. In regards to the presentation that we're going to be providing, we're going to give you a number of basic information that is going to be shared with you. And this is for your community input as well. The basis of this particular meeting and this particular public hearing is to give you an idea in regards to the funding that will be made available to Navajo Nation through the Indian Housing Self-Determination Act, the HOSDA, Native American Housing and Self-Determination Act. The funding that does come for that is for initial building and then also taking care of the 1937 Housing Act housing stock, as well as planning administration, and then also covering the need portion of what our communities may need in regards to housing development. There are a number of activities that we will have this morning in regards to sharing dialogue with you. We will give you opportunity to share your questions, your thoughts on this particular presentation. And from that, we will be able to share with the grants management personnel. Ms. Nellie will be presenting a little later on, and then she will be gathering the information indicating that these are the input from the community members. We have had information coming to us in regards to some of the criminal activity, housing development, modernization, renovation activities, as well as building other community facilities. Those are the premise and also the basis of the Indian Housing Plan is to get Indian communities to share their particular input with their respective tribes. Navajo Housing Authority is the respective TDHE. And as the TDHE, we are charged with the responsibility of compiling the Indian Housing Plan, which will then be relayed to the it will be relayed to the Board of Commissioners. From the Board of Commissioners, it will be shared with the RDC, Resources and Development Committee. And then from there, it will be sent to the Office of the President. And his signature signifies the tribal certification, and it will be sent on to HUD. This particular document is due on July 18th. That is a set date, 75 days prior to the fiscal year. That is a set date that we have to submit this particular document, the Indian Housing Plan, on behalf of the Navajo Nation. And your particular contribution as far as participating in this discussion is going to be appreciated. So we would appreciate your questions as well. So we will go ahead and get started. And I'd like to turn the time over to the attendees. If you would like to introduce yourself, that would be ideal at this present time. Kanesa Stilot or here Glenny Bashis Chin, Bestowed Legendeskis, the Age Shikid, Tutsonish that Ero to the Chinishal that Kaya Bale, Chihiki, Seven Dots, Tates, Lots of Carter, the Hasna Equigi, Ado Gitanesa, Nikedat, and no Ado Nasha. This is an invite for you to introduce yourself. La Ashen Wadlo. Christian is here in the broadcast room and he will, I will assist him and he will assist me in regards to some of the questions that we do have.
She's not on.
Good morning, Earl. Good morning. Yate Anoswafta. This is Aniva Yazi. I'm the Deputy CEO with Navajo Housing Authority. Yate, thank you for joining us. Our CEO, Ms. Maureen Curley, will be joining us shortly. And I have to apologize. I typically would assist in the overview of the Nahasda Basics presentation. Akunda, we have a Board of Commissioners work session meeting that's starting in about at 9 o'clock. Cool. We'll have the staff, Ms. Nellie Gilmore and or Mr. Earl Tooley that will assist on my behalf in presenting this portion of this, the conflicts with respect to our schedules. Go ahead and move forward. And when Ms. Curley is able to come in, we're still having connectivity issues on her side. So, but she's here, she's coming up right now. So if we can just hold on. Earl, Nellie, thank you, and everyone.
Oh, Ben. Shik Edo Shidane, it's not Annie. No, I did I, so not Thangy. Shay Maureen Curley, that she snow. But other shows you. Kia Annie, strong the Bethlehem, Bash's chain, Papa, that's a Mastanago, Hanangani, that's another. But I is Sanenschla. Shema Inlay. Chajil Tratan Biaho Shajay Tessa Anda Biaho Shayley Malibike Yatan Adishiaho Oko a Yahan Hidation Kodo Anaswa Hada Isio Gizigi Ntrago a Yaha could only Nich a Jo Giltao Dilna as to how Navajo Housing Authority works and some of the things that we will need to, some of the things that you will need to know about Navajo Housing Authority. Some of our goals for the upcoming year is to make sure that we reach out to the communities, the chapters, our local officials, and to our council delegates so that we can be able to all have the same information throughout the year. We have several goals that we want to accomplish within the Navajo Nation, the Housing Authority this year. And one of the things is specifically with this webinar. This webinar is to outline the things that are going to, the things that we can place or the things that we can be able to discuss and place into the 2023 IHP, and we do need your input for this. So if you have any questions or any concerns or have any kind of comments in regards to what you think should be included in the Indian Housing Plan, please do contact Mr. Tooley or Nellie Gorman so that they can be able to write the questions down and then we can be able to discuss them later. And thank you again. I appreciate all of you tuning in today. I'm sorry that I can't be with you guys today for we have a Board of Commissioners meeting starting in about 5 minutes. So I leave you with that and I pray that all of you will be safe wherever your travels are. And it looks like it's going to snow this afternoon. So please take care. Thank you very much, Mr. Tooley. Ashin Kodesh at the net.
Hakoshila don't hode go yan kiche ha o ti aron da na nisha hodloni gi ben na chigo ya kunde da itne hindle ge ya kunde ya chu hagi do ba chu do ashen ge ko do king kitisha da itne Miss Yazi.
Yat Enana Kehat Earl Ashinkwa Kishita Ahu and Ms. Gilmore as we move along to the Board of Commissioners meeting. Shayada Taute Silsa Sinajin in Shlon Twitchy Nepashin Ko Hana Dashiche Hatso Etashinala Hot A Sananshla Do Amanshla Adonle Twin Lakes chapter. I'm registered by Adashi Yahosla Okogo E Yahai. As Ms. Curley mentioned, we are here to assist. We work for you, and we are your public servants. And so Let us follow up with all of your questions and answers that we will provide to you. And we look forward to being in your community in the near future and hearing about your housing needs and see how we can work even closer than ever before in addressing the desperate housing conditions for our families.
Ako sila do ego yat ingedo ni do kungina ani lenigi ko don kitchen hats these le adon da kungina na shi ne hege ya ishanan khadia sadin ado tada isno stanki yat ingedi ni do le kade ya ko do kishen ya chida hadit adon da ya kita honi ne do le adon da ya na itikit ke ko dinongo ATD ko do soba hon ne o she ko do ki ya adengi ya sat bedai the cheat sat not da shadik nik ADK adengi chi dot nik kuchiko ki ya chat box adik ne edo da ya question ajiko ki ya na idik you kaba kanta the nok trash adon da kodo ke inglishan ntan da di lik ko hon so do de kada ya kodo ki she ya ba hu ne do ne adon da di de koda dar kitiki donald so hatta yake yankichi with yasadli with edo. So we'd like to welcome each and every one of you this morning to this morning's presentation. Our senior management personnel have other tasks and duties, but they will come in now and then to share any information that may come to their attention in regards to the particular questions that you may be sharing with us. And those questions we will share with them, and then we will get a response to you in regards to questions that may be directed. We will share information in regards to the process of establishing the Indian Housing Plan. And from that, this will give you the opportunity, give you an idea as to what the framework is required for us to do this submission of document on behalf of the Navajo Nation. And being the TDHE, we collect that information and we have a team and personnel members that will assist us in compiling the information on behalf of the Navajo Nation and the leadership. And then finally on to HUD, who will then have 60 days to review once upon a submission, and they will reply back to us in regards to any feedback that we may receive. So with that, I will turn the camera off, and then we will go ahead and get started.
You got to go back on the slide now. Click on the slide.
This one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it's activated.
Good morning. So understanding the basics of NAHASDA and other applications of the federal law, there are three pillars that we do follow. Currently, we do have the past reflection, which is a 1937 Housing Act. In 1937, Congress passed and established the 1937 Housing Act. However, it was not until 1963 that the Navajo Nation was recognized. On May 1st, 1963, the Congress accepted Indian country as far as recognizing their particular need and developing their homeland and houses that were going to be assisting our Navajo families. In 1959, we have a number of our elderly councilmen and statesmen who petitioned on behalf of the Navajo Nation. It started in 1959 with Donald Mose and his colleagues, and a document was submitted May 1st after the Tribal Council recognized Navajo Housing Authority as the entity. And Congress recognized in the very first day that the request for housing assistance, it was in the amount of 2,000 homes that was requested on behalf of the Navajo Nation. So May 1st, 1963, the initial request to Congress and HUD was home for 2,000 individual families, homeownership as well as the public rental sector. At the very early onset, we had the mutual help program. Mutual help, basically what that did is it gave an opportunity for individual families who were selected in the homeownership program to participate with sweat equity. And from that, they were able to establish their homes and with their contribution. And there were 3 contributions that was needed. Navajo Nation donated on behalf of the of Navajo land to build these homes. HUD provided the funding, and at that time, Indian Health Services provided funding for the utility services. So that was the tri-party agreement at the very onset. And therefore, from 1963 to 1996, that is those homes that were built during that particular time, they were under the mutual help housing program and the public rental housing program of 1937. Moving forward from 1996 on, that is when the application of NAHASDA came forth. And NAHASDA basically was established in the sense that there were a number of entities from the various Indian countries and tribal organizations going up to Washington, D.C. and requesting housing for senior citizens, also housing development for various entities such as the Navajo Housing Authority or Indian Housing Authorities, veterans, and then also those that need, those that had disabilities. And there were a number of individuals that were going up there. And so at that time, Congress decided that the best thing to do was to create the Native American Housing Assistance and Self-Determination Act, meaning that individual tribes would be selecting their own TDHE, Tribal Designated Housing Entity, where the request would be made rather than having Indian tribes and individual organizations going up to Washington, D.C., petitioning for funding for housing and other developments. And so they turned around and basically indicated that you don't have to come to Washington, D.C. Anymore. You can have that particular service at your own tribal headquarters in your tribal nations. You can decide how to best utilize those funds. The next aspect of that is that, of course, once those fundings were identified, then there are rules and regulations that go along with it. There are statutory requirements, regulations that are required in regards to expend these particular funds. And that will give you just kind of a small and a brief overview of this presentation.
Gotta make sure you select this slide.
And the other areas is that this is something that we would like to share with you in regards to the requirements. One of the priority requirements of establishing the protocol as far as how the funding source will be coming to the nation. In our particular case, Navajo Housing Authority is under the direct supervision of the Board of Commissioners. There are 5 Board of Commissioners that cover Navajo Housing Authority. Currently, there are 3 Board of Commissioners. We do have a chair, treasurer, secretary, and then also a member. Commissioner Carrie Begay is the treasurer, and then also Commissioner Yazzie is a board member, and the board chair is Chairman Sloan. After this particular document is established and those particular items are set aside, items that are set aside as far as the powers and the authority that the BOC have, they are the ones that compile the information from the staff, and they are the governing body that approves this particular document in their particular meeting. Once the meeting has been certified and then a regular call meeting is identified, and then resolutions are presented to the Board of Commissioners. The Board of Commissioners then forward that particular document that they acted upon. In this particular case, it would be the Indian Housing Plan. And the IHAs basically manage, as I had mentioned early on, the low income rental and the mutual help homeownership program. The homeownership program allows individual families to gain homeownership after they have made their financial obligations or met their financial obligations, and they can gain homeownership opportunities. The low income rental program, basically it allows for families to have dwelling units that are safe, decent, and sanitary. The IHA, the Indian Housing Authority, the HA's housing authorities, they compete for the new construction and modernization activities. And these are some of the grants that are going to be, that is made available for Indian countries in grant amount. One of the major, I guess, understanding that we need to have is that oftentimes there are individuals that will say, well, this is a grant, we don't need to pay it back. And so what this grant does allow is that it does allow, there is a mutual understanding in regards to home ownership, meaning that if you participate in this particular program and you do that which is required, and from that you will gain home ownership opportunities. And so there are rules and regulations that go along with the home ownership and housing development areas. So I just wanted to share you that information with you. A grant is basically the understanding that if I give this to you, this is what you can do with it. But there are rules and regulations that are tied to that. Now the NAHASDA, as I had mentioned early, is that the Native American Housing Assistance and Self-Determination Act of 1996, as amended. It was recently reauthorized, recently meaning within the last couple of months, it was reauthorized by Congress again. So we have a continuing resolution. During the time at the very early on, if you will remember, NAHASDA, that is when President Clinton was president. And this is the public law 104330 that was enacted. And then it was reauthorized in 2008 through 2015. And again, as I had mentioned, it was reauthorized February 2022. NAHASDA recently celebrated 25 years of allocating funds to Indian tribes. There are roughly about nearly 530 tribes that submit Indian housing plans, and Indian housing plan basically are divided in accordance to the availability of earmark funding, availability in the sense of what is the population, what is the geographical area, and then what is the need. So it has a formula base. And Navajo Nation does receive a very large portion of the funding that is allocated. And there are some smaller tribes, and those allocations are provided according to the formula that is set. And that formula is in the document of NAHASDA. If you would like to read about that in regards to what the formula is, you can read 24 CFR 1000. We will go into some of those particular sections and give you a little bit more idea as to what the areas that they do cover. Currently, we have the current assisted stock, meaning the amount of homes that are under the management. We have a number of individual homes that are out there that have been developed. We have partnership with the Veterans Affairs. We have partnered with the Community Infrastructure Development of the nation. And then also we have had partnerships with various entities such as daycare, schools, and then Boys and Girls Club. And the need is where we would need your assistance here. We would like to have information in regards to what are some of the needs in your particular community. There are various assets that community members do have, and some of those assets are the information that could be provided. Some of the chapters may have conducted their own assessment. How many senior citizens do they have? How many individuals that have special needs? meaning that those that are wheelchair bound, those that are hearing and visually impaired, and then also some of the other needs that may be out there is there a daycare need? Is there a senior citizen need? Is there a need for public housing for teachers and professionals? Those are the information that we are requesting from your particular chapters to share with us. Then that way we can recognize that and compile that into an information packet and share with the officials with HUD. The next aspects of that is that the tribe is the grant beneficiary, meaning that it doesn't go to Navajo Housing Authority directly. What that means is that it will go to the tribe by way of the president will be notified from the president, then who will notify the TDHE, and then we in turn will share that information with you. The tribe, as I had mentioned, is that we were recognized by the Tribal Council as the TDHE, Tribal Designated Housing Entity. The tribe could, in some tribes, do take it upon themselves to be the TDHE, but for the Navajo Nation, at the very early on of Nahasda days, then that particular responsibility was given to Navajo Housing Authority. The tribal designated housing entity is overseen by the Board of Commissioners, and then there is an oversight committee, which is RDC, and then from there we report the information on a quarterly basis to the tribal council, letting them know that these are the activities, and then also these are the accomplishments. And we will go over the Indian Housing Plan as well as the APR, the annual report that goes in as far as the report card, as far as how the fundings are utilized, what are some of the projects that are carried on, and then also some of the unique opportunities that families have been afforded. The funds that are allocated, the IHBG, the Indian Housing Block Grant, can be only utilized for eligible housing activities per the Nahasda policies and regulations and statutes there. And they have to be put into the Indian Housing Plan in order for that particular project to go forward. And the APR is basically indicating that when this document, the IHP is submitted, it is the Indian Housing Plan. It could be amended, but the APR is the actual report card in regards to these are the accomplishments as far as how the fundings were expended. And some of those expended funds could be for various aspects of modeling, model projects, crime prevention, and then also some of the other eligible activities that we will share with you. Now, the guiding principles, so one of the areas that I really would like to share with you here is that I would like to reflect upon the funding that is allocated to Navajo Nation. It is allocated and earmarked in accordance to the treaties and special relationship that Indian country and Indian tribes has with Congress. And one of the documents that does come forth to mind is the Treaty of 1868 for Navajo Nation. In that particular time, our ancestors basically compiled that particular document, maybe knowing that we would be the beneficiaries of that relationship, and that current relationship is still there, and Congress recognizes that. And so that's how this particular Native American Housing Assistance and Self-Determination Act is identified as far as the funding from the federal government. It's a responsibility that they have, and to promote the general welfare of the nations. And so that is something that is really, really important. So we benefit from our ancestors, from their particular vision that they had about this particular present day. So it's over 150 years now since that particular document was executed, and our statesman put our X on there, and we still benefit to this day. The unique relationship, as I had mentioned, is that the responsibility and that particular document is a document that is the foundation of many programs that we do receive. And some of those programs, basically, we are no different than Head Start. Some of the Indian Health Services funding that is out there, also the BIE, Bureau of Indian Education. Jokudat ego ke ya Washington, but nothing other is okay. Each head at the time, though a young how just spata. Cool digging is as in lane in also sunny in the as up. The nice not the double ash that the double tease go nach hayata, a quickie a ya, quacky. Mr. Got that uncle, Washington, this change, the best on Habitat and they World Cup, but I don't do the Azen, Hatat, any key store. I don't do the Ayas, the question is Egon, he test, yard, and then he bear, cool, take in it, and the United States takes a unique trust responsibility. For this particular aspect as far as their relationship to protect and support Indian tribes. As before, the last acronym of the self-determination, the trust and responsibility as far as the self-determination is that this is not like in the years past of 1937 Housing Act. If you go to, let's say, Coeur d'Alene, you will find a similar housing design that was in Chinle, Arizona, or you can go all the way up into Fort Totten, North Dakota, and some of those tribal homes that are developed and constructed with HUD dollars, then those particular housing are going to be very, very similar. And you would seem to think that, you know, I've seen these houses in Window Rock, Arizona, the same design, the same color. And those are some of the uniqueness that we now have with the self-determination is that Indian tribes do have that responsibility to dictate as to how those particular funds are going to be utilized, as long as it is within the guidelines of the NAHASDA statutes and regulations that govern the housing. I don't know the non-clinic one of the early days of our grandmother, Annie Wanika, basically during the tuberculosis in 1960s era, basically the funding that was allocated was for health impacts on the Navajo Nation. At that particular time, our grandmother, Annie Wanika, was recognized and given a congressional medal for her particular advocacy for to combat tuberculosis. And at that time, a number of our homes, our hogans, did not have indoor facilities and running water, electrical heating, and things of that nature. So those are some of the activities that have happened with our previous elders, and then also our previous council delegates who have been advocating. So we continue to make strides in that particular aspect of it. We, as an Indian nation, are given greater responsibility to govern our own economic conditions. I know that one of the biggest campaigns of President Nez and then Vice President Leiser is to buy Navajo. And at that one particular time, President Joe Shirley and then also Frank Dayish at that, who was vice president at that time, also campaigned, and they were the initial team that coined Buy Navajo. providing affordable homes in safe and healthy environments, that is essential and the special role of the United States. So when we go out and take a look at an assessment, if you take a look at the assessment of the US Census that was conducted in 2020, they will take a look at the number of homes that have kitchens. Do they have a bathroom? Do they have running water, hot and cold water? And then do they have safe heating? Do they have a bedroom? Those are some of the areas of the information that is collected by the Census Bureau. And from that, that gives us a snapshot as to the living conditions of our individual communities. Each individual chapter may be able to grab that information from Google, or you can grab that from the 2020 US Census and see how your community is. And every 5 years, the census also conducts the American Community Survey. The American Community Survey gives a snapshot. The census is done every 10 years. The American Community Survey is done every 5 years. And so then it can give you the latest snapshot. So let's say, for instance, you are in Shiprock, New Mexico, or Gadiay, New Mexico. You can Google Shiprock American Community Survey, and then it will give you the demographics of your particular community. So that information is also made available, and you can utilize that as far as your assessment is concerned. The need for safe and healthy environments is one of the greater areas, and we realize this with the COVID. I know that the executive office and as well as the legislative branch have utilized the 20, or let's say the 30% of our homes do not have infrastructure. Some have utilized the number as high as 40%. And if you've gone out to your various chapters and some of your community members, like mine, they are still hauling water in 55-gallon drums. I know that a number of our Navajo families residing near the Gallup area, they take their particular barrels and then also their water containers over to the north side of Gallup. And there's a facility there where they can get water. Some of the other communities, let's say out in Pueblo Pintado and White Horse Lake area, some of those communities have been recently benefiting from the Cutter Lateral Waterline Extension Project. And then we have the Gallup, Farmington Gallup Waterline Project. And so there is more accessibility to potable water for our communities. Also, the other aspect of this is the development of private financing and mechanisms that are to be made available on the Navajo Nation. Right now, if you were to go to the bank, there's only one bank here on the Navajo Nation, I will say, and that is Wells Fargo. We don't have any other financial institutions on the Navajo Nation other than the bank that I had just mentioned. And if you were to go out there and ask them for a mortgage, they don't loan money on trust land. So these are some of the new components that are facing many of our families who would like to come home, who have adequate income to realize and take on a mortgage opportunity. We have a number of families out in off the Navajo Nation who are homeowners, and they have qualified and they have secured jobs off the Navajo Nation, and they're able to take on a mortgage. And so they have opportunity to build a home base for their individual families. Hans so she ya code apik in the dado code ki e ya yinel ado benesh anigo ki hawana hidesido kena iledo adon the e adi ke ba chini ya da hos conjuno e ya hot ego ya nachachina ba acheta netzen. Last month I was given the opportunity to visit one of the young Navajo families who relocated from the Page, Arizona area, he was working at the power plant there, and he had retrained and then also found a new job in the same trade that he was in down in the Phoenix area. And he was so proud of his house, saying that this is something that he really, really wanted to see for his particular family. And then given the opportunity of mortgage there, he was able to realize some of our veterans are taking on the responsibility of becoming homeowners, utilizing the Native American home loan. Jigo to kundi gingi the neho one la chinde of te leko. Abek in that the kakale e yan chin with ego donate in donating. Ahwechit ego tadi niniki eizak hakundi nati lado beake abek in the dan leko. I don't the das it anon liniki eya AD the federal assistance in liniki ya. Diki eya kuhan sabata ben that don nishadan liniki do ku anike. Ko de hans so ko ya aniki ya atana wait ado neniki diki ya kwa ki ya hot ego ki ya di de behos ani kina alias le according to the public law 93/638 in leniki a self governance jo even nachiko ke ya saho what ki de che le ko diki aniki kendi daro di nigo aniki be ni ati nigo ke ya behos ani eta ya ro di shindi ke ya ibe ni teko ako ya di kwa ki ho jishike ya hot ego ibiki ho jish ade ya na khaye mikado hade ta ta ilne nigo ya kodo kitinda ho ilne ako ay sin lido le hiki ya di de kwa ke be biti le digi na kitneza pendo asha nenegi section 201 nenegi ADK objectives halet ya to sinto halet ya nenegi ben dot nenegi ADK ya with ko according ego care wana ango ya band-aid mission lido lit adon de eya beta anishko ki eya nikin kespehos and lido lit ko de ki eya aka be aka don was do sa do was ado di ki eya ni yen hitas ado lit ako di ki eya di de ko waniki apo honet sa do lit neniki di ki apa when ito neniki di ki eya ako ako di ki person leniki eya ayisi pato lekha neniki eya occupancy by low income Indian families haila orlia didli I si peso ya go date eniki eya pa ho te cho ego eya oni ido yini thought eya. However, there's going to be a definition in regards to what HUD means in accordance to the low income families. And oftentimes we believe that, or we understand that that is only for low-income families of, and I may not qualify. When in fact, when you take a look at the U.S. median income, you may be surprised that you would be qualified to participate in this in this particular program as far as home ownership or public rental housing programs. As I had mentioned, mortgage opportunities are far and few in between here in Indian country. This particular objective of NAHASA is to create private mortgage markets by tribal members and individual tribal members. We have a number of land that is out there. So if you live on tribal fee land, then mortgage opportunity you could realize. If you live on allotted land, you could realize mortgage opportunities. However, trust land, since the trust is by the Department of Interior, the BIA, then there is another, not necessarily an obstacle, but an opportunity to address that particular matter so that we can make that an opportunity for many of our Navajo families that are residing on trust land. Of the 18 million acres allocated on Navajo Nation, the land base on the 28,000 square miles, about 11, I will say about 80% of that is on trust land. Pretty much all of Arizona is, and New Mexico is mixed, the checkerboard area, as well as Utah. And then we can coordinate some of these activities with some of your community members. I will give make note of one particular community that I do know of as far as we set aside the land and then also earmarking land for economic and community development. In Cornfield's chapter, they have allocated 100 acres. Of that 100 acres, they have plans for C-store, and then also 23 acres of that development is going to be set aside for housing development. Your community may be able to take a look at this. And one thing that I would like to share here with you is this, that whether it is an acre of land or 100 acres of land on trust land, it takes the same amount of paperwork. So it would be better to earmark a large area and then build in phases as to what the community may need. Infrastructure resources with housing development, as I had mentioned with the recent COVID, the tribal leaders have utilized 30 to 40% of our housing development where families live lack infrastructure. So this is where one of the objective is to increase infrastructure development within the Navajo Nation. Then also there is to promote private capital markets here in Indian country today. So this is just some of the areas that we are beginning to explore right now. We will take a look at some of the other opportunities as far as tax credits, and then also some other opportunities with various, let's say for instance, New Mexico Finance Authority, Arizona, the Department of Housing, those are some of the other partners that we can create we can network with to create opportunities for our particular individual families. So these are the objectives. So if you would like to read 24 CFR 1000 section 201, you will find the objectives of NAHASDA. Adon the Tabakel Nanan Clinici a Kunda Hans, so Bashin Yabachina Dot Atin Clinici Kunda Tego a Yad and Clinici Kunti give it Jad Ya Nahasda statutes. We have Title 21, Title 1, Title 20, Title 2, Title 3, Title 4, Title 5, Title 6, 7, and 8. So those that are in bold areas, we can begin to apply for some of these funding sources that are allocated here in regards to affordable housing activities, and then also what are some of the compliance and audits and reports that are going to be needed when you get these particular funding. So it is not specifically a grant where you don't have to report on. There are compliances, there are audit requirements, and then also reports generated as to how those particular funds are being utilized within our respective entities and communities. Title 6 in Liniki. One of the areas here is that the feds, they will guarantee financing for tribal housing activities. We have a number of our families that are living off Navajo, and they may not know of some of these federal guarantee programs for finances. And I would like to bring one up, and that is Section 184. Funding is allocated by HUD, and a good portion of those funds that have been allocated, Navajo Nation has utilized, our Navajo tribal enrolled members have utilized so that they can gain home ownership opportunities as well as mortgage opportunities for their families. So Title 6 is something that you will begin to hear a little bit more about with the administration of Maureen Curley. Now, the other aspect of this is that the other various sections that I had mentioned to you in regards to what is there as far as these particular requirements in these particular sections. If you would like to read a little bit more about that, it talks about the block grants that are annual allocations that have been made by Congress. funding to the TDHE. For a long time, Congress had allocated somewhere in the neighborhood of $650 million for 523 tribes. So if you were to divide 523 tribes into $650 million, that money is not going to go too far. However, due to Navajo Nation's population and then also need and geographical size, then a good portion of those funds have been allocated in recent years to the TDHE of Navajo Nation. Indian Housing Plan. So once the block grant is identified, then what will happen is that the amount of funding that we will be receiving is made known to us. And that information that is given to us is something that we share with our leadership of the Navajo Nation. And the funds that we do have in regards to this particular 2023 is basically in the amount of 89 million projected. The amount of money that Navajo Nation has been earmarked is about 89 million. However, those particular funds that have been identified, there are other earmarks that are in there as well. We have the assisted housing stock that they we call it FCAS, and those homes that have already been established, there is a certain amount of money that is allocated for that, for the maintenance and operation of those homes. The planning and administration, there is funding that is earmarked for that up to 20%. And then the remaining balance is something that is allocated for Indian Housing Plan. And I believe it's somewhere in the neighborhood of about $37 million for this particular fiscal year. July 18th, that is the due date at HUD that the Indian Housing Plan will be in their hands. They have 60 days to review that particular document, 65 days, I believe it is, somewhere in that neighborhood. They review that plan. After that plan has been reviewed, then basically it will come back to the Navajo Nation. And if there is additional information that is required, then that document will show that we can respond to them and clarify some statements. So Davis Bacon the Dekneko, this is just basically a labor standard in the construction and development phases. Then our contractors are going to be paying wages and no less than Davis Bacon, but many of our contractors are exceeding the Davis Bacon wages. You see, this is the gateway right here. The environmental review. This environmental review is that before any funds are expended from the funds that are allocated, they have to have the environmental clearance, release of funding. Bebe da tado adonda ibed nachiko ki eya na lotin leko ako hodeya di tahat ego behos ani indot nithat nego ki eya kwaki etadet kat negotiated rulemaking. If we would like to make amendments through the regulations, basically all the Indian tribes will be identified. Negotiated rulemaking team members will be identified. A representative from Navajo Nation will be representing the nation in regards to the amendments that they would like to entertain and also address with other tribal nations as well. Our effective date, our fiscal year is October 1st, yeah. All federal agencies with Nahazda and but some of the other tribal members, their particular fiscal year may be starting January 1st. Nihichiko ke Navajo Nation, we recognize October 1st, yeah. ADK Apen Nachiko, with Adon the Aya, Beso, with Ego Aya, and Sobashe, Ad into the H they don't eat, Adon the Aba, Benago, Gigan, Asayok Kat, Adon the Aya, Bitch, the Donish. Adon the Aya, the Kodo, Nkashnaki Aya, by Hens and Lenko. Ako ADK Aya, the Kodo, his weight Naki, Kodoki Aya. Ba $18 Linigi Yakuchiko Nana Dole. This section 1, Title 1, the Sninigia. ADK Yabehozenia Keta Hona Ango. Le Washington, a day ho one do, a ye ho one at Ninigia Ade Beso Chijada, Adoijan de Kodonidi Bankit Wishna. Congress allocates these funds and earmarks these funds. Ado and the day goes to HUD. Ado and the goes down into the lock system. Kwadiki peso system can be seneto leto coding in nashijoto letieto with eda. Ako digi benda an national socia hanta nik ad and the peso gega chital in leco. So in this particular item in regards to the funding that we receive, as I had mentioned, somewhere in the neighborhood of 82.9 million, it doesn't mean that there is that much funding that is in a gunny sack at Navajo Housing Authority. What it means is that that's our credit line in a sense of the control system that is there. Ako edit aya ponel aya banache aya peso ki na asanel chidi edit ki aya kwa ki bichata dia ki na nishbela do lekha neniki kwa ki aya hote Adon the aya kunti ki aya banachiko ki aya beta anishno le khayla ayisiba hot jobatsish kishi dishnia Indian tribes, and as I had mentioned, there was about 523 tribes. On a yearly basis, there's a number of other Indian tribes that are being recognized by the government, and the pot will get smaller as they are getting added to. The recipient is going to be, on behalf of the Navajo Nation, is the TDHE, as determined by the tribe. And as I had mentioned, the Navajo Tribal Council had recognized and given that responsibility and identity to Navajo Housing Authority. Ado and the Daia Koda, Sahonana, Dortlesia, Dida Behos Anidan, Linigi Kondi Gidasso. The Indian Housing Plan, Joik Adishing, the Quaki or Kitoke Yabanate, Halit Egonahat, Did Nahat, Hagit et, Do Eya Ayisiben, Del Tad, Akut End of Port the Nebet Isha Idia. This is a plan. We understand that that is what the plan is. There may be some conditions out there that we cannot carry out a plan. I know that there's been a couple of cases where there were landfills when a contractor went out to develop some of these homes, and there was, when they were doing the excavation aspect of it, then they came upon a landfill. And you as community members, you know where BIA schools were or some of these other dump sites are. You're the expert of your community. In this particular area, nobody had record as to where the former landfill site was. And so when the excavation company went out there for the contractor, then they excavated and it halted all development. And so those houses were not built. Right here is the statement of needs. This is where your particular partnership and your particular assessment will be utilized to establish this particular need. We will give a description as to how those activities are going to be carried out. And then thereafter, the other financial sources in leveraging funds, as I had mentioned over in one of the communities there in Shiprock that I've utilized this past week during this webinar, is Shiprock, 6.3 acres the community had allocated. And they were able to create 96 homes, playground equipment, and also a community facility, administrative office, as well as a small laundromat for that development. And they utilize other fundings as well. They utilize USDA, and then New Mexico Finance and Mortgage also contributed some funds to the $14 million project. NAHASDA contributed $3 million, so we can make that opportunity and realize some of those developments in that aspect. I don't did a certificate of compliance in this is where President of the Navajo Nation signs this document. This is a tribal certification. July 18th, the Shenanigia. So sustained over Ashla is cargo. So if you take this date and add 75 days to that, this will end up at October 1st. Yeah. 60 days to Shenanigia. Asha Nico so Klahoshan that has Klahosha at the Yona at Klaho Deco. I don't the beso do kundacho so we do have heavy oversight by the Urban Housing Development Office of Native American Programs, ONAP Dabadine, Ajago Gabiado, Nation as you read these particular dates and then also this particular slide, you will begin to notice that if you were to add 75 days to July 18th, you'll come upon October 1st. Yeah. After October 1st, then they have 61 days. HUD has 61 days to review the plan. DDK environmental review lenigi uchit anago ki eya di the nipod ya khele ya quick Washington the Sadan 1969 ya nahas twishe yana Richard Nixon adi ki eya quick the Sadan DDK behas ani elia National Environmental Policy Act or Diego Elia Ado Eya Diki Kweki Ale Bateta da Holoniki Edit Eya Ego Eya Neko Diki IC has also we have to comply with this particular act of NEPA of 1969, the 24 CFR Part 58. Diki Eya Ehit Egota Anki Eat Nehashe Elbo Ned Sado Lekia. An he now they would add on it. I don't the part 50 and part 58. So these are the areas as far as you can begin to read that these are some of the steps that we really need to follow in order to see what responsibility is here. On our behalf, on an annual basis, a Navajo Housing Authority submits to the respective standing committee, and then from the standing committee, RDC, then from RDC it goes to Nibikiyatke, and from Nibikiyatke it goes to the tribal council overall body, and they give us this authority to utilize so that we can do our own compliance here. Funds cannot be utilized or expended or even earmarked for various projects to start without this particular meeting these particular requirements. Once that release of funds, the president gave what are some of the eligible families? Who are the eligible families? If you take a look at 24 CFR 1000 section 201, it will tell you who the eligible families are. And those eligible families, low income, In our particular eligible family, we have a number of our family members that are married to non-Navajos, non-tribal members. They have to be a tribal member. So Navajo Land Department, before they execute a home site lease, then basically they will identify that one of the party is a tribal member with a CIB, Certificate of Indian Blood. Low-income families, meaning that they have to be below the U.S. median income. On an annual basis, this particular document is published and broadcast in in April and March. So in 2022, April and March, this particular document will be renewed again. A preference. These are the preferences that we can offer as far as low-income individual families. Non-low-income families, low-income families, high-income families cannot receive, or non-low-income families cannot receive the same assistance as low-income families. And no more than 10% of the grant activities can be allocated for those families that are 80% to 100% of the medium income, area medium income. If the families are exceeding this particular income guideline limit, we will have to get certification from HUD to recognize that we can provide services to them. Yisish Kundi ki jo lekla ho inke zeil in the honodo salada alodo adon the dan leke da hot in the old trada e quick na hot ichoda nia. Those individual families that exceed 100% of the income can be assisted as long as they are approved by HUD, and those essential families in Linigia can be determined by the tribe. It could be law enforcement, it could be medical personnel, or it could be teachers. Whoever is determined by the tribe and certified by HUD, they can receive assistance in that area. The area medium income, Ninigia, ADK, peso, ki kewana ango, Yonat Lord, and a what end the Satan, ADK, Yabikita, neat, inky, and Nachiko, okay, the behos aniki, quack peso, any ADK next kid. So this is the one that establishes who is going to be low income, non-low income, and then high income families. Public Indian housing. So some of the families, when we say that individual families, the median income is $79,900, and it breaks it down into the next slide in regards to what that does mean. For a person, a single person making $44,744, less than this, they can qualify as a low income family. For a family of four, $63,920. Those families that are making less than $63,920, it could be $63,919, and that family qualifies as a low-income family. If the family is receiving their particular combined income is $63,920 to $79,900. If it's going in between these two area incomes, then this is the 10% that we can assist. Those families that exceed this, we have some of our Navajo families that exceed this because of the high-level jobs that they do have. If the family exceeds this, this is where HUD will have to give authorization for them to be assisted. We have some dual income families that exceed this particular income. This is the income that I did mention early on, low income. So if you have two individuals residing in a home, their combined income, and then also including any family member over the age of 18 years old. And if it is less than that, they're low income families. I would like to share one aspect of this is that, let's say we have a veteran out there and the particular family is in this amount. However, their particular combat related disability payment exceeds this amount. Washington. Diki diki belaho el kidoki quida salatso peso hit equita habato kaldo adon the ade bichinia salatso habato kalige peso gate or was cut. In this particular area, in regards to individual veterans who are receiving disability payments for their combat related injuries, if it exceeds this amount, then we do not count the income of that particular benefit. Adon the 202 leniki nana ya di diki ya kun diki ke wana hade ka ya peso kichide don ikin leya ako di diki kwa current assisted stock tishnana ya a diki ya kwa aspetishna 1937, 1963 to 1966, and the Housing Act money of that particular time, if they were developed with the 1937 Housing Act, maintenance and operation Quidoko Adon the Adon the Housing Services Counseling Program. How are the families going to be assisted? Those families that are receiving this particular benefit of housing assistance, how is it going to benefit them? It could be financial literacy classes, energy conservation classes, those individual families that are residing in the current housing developments, they can assemble themselves as a resident organization and promote resident management corporations. This is the area where a number of families residing in housing developments, they can get together, create a resident organization. The next step of becoming a resident management corporation, they can manage that particular property on their own, and Housing Authority will not have jurisdiction over them other than oversight. So Resident Management Corporation is a prime opportunity for community members residing in housing developments to either in public rental or home ownership or combined, they can promote their own activities. We had a number of them over the years that were able to benefit from this. Adon the housing management services on Lenigia. Kuchikoki Yati Hawani Yata the Legi Arginal source of the Yaki, Dami, Tato, Satahi, Lato, Arjochita, Iniki Equaki, Ahitne. Accord Ega Quiga with Ego Bajohana Adolet. So this is just kind of giving you a sample as to what are the eligible activities. As I had mentioned, in this particular area, resident management corporations, if there are listeners out there that are would like to take interest in this, it starts with the resident organization. The resident organization approaches the chapter. The chapter recognizes the individual parties that are residing in a certain development as a resident organization. They get certified and it goes over to the Board of Commissioners, and then the Board of Commissioners recognizes them, and they can grow into housing management corporations where they can manage their own property. Today, crime prevention and safety activities. It could include speed bumps, fencing, screen doors, metal doors, street lights, in a housing development. In a housing development. The model activities, as I had mentioned early on, some of the model activities over at Nahatas On, teachers' homes, that was a model activity, Nahatas On. Crown Point, Navajo Technical University, they were able to do an activity, model activity, and they constructed a dorm. The Boys and Girls Club that you may have seen, senior citizen facilities such as Chinley Senior Citizens or Nursing Home. The daycare, Littlefoot up in the Wifano area. Little Miss Muffet Daycare. Those are some of the activities that we realized. And this is an opportunity for individuals to take a look at. So the funding that we do have, these eligible activities are qualify to receive some of these funding. So yeah. Planning and administration related to affordable housing activities. All these funds that are coming through and that you are applying for, they will have to qualify as an affordable housing activity. So the Boys and Girls Club in Linigia, on a daily basis, they take a roll call, and it has family members as to where they're residing, and those individuals that are participating in the Boys and Girls Club activities, after school activities, allowing their mom and dad to work, and then the mom and dad can pick them up at the Boys and Girls Club. The daycare centers, it allows parents to be gainfully employed while their child is being taken care of at a daycare facility. Now, some of these other development activities that I'm one I thought would long I don't know. So she Didiki art in the Achinate so goki, Kuchiko ki aya, Kuchiko ki aya, do ineligible. So hey, Salat Salava Chiliban, I don't the best, no, I don't the Ajichi or any da. ADT aya, Quakipana, I don't know, 8 of behos, Adia. A quan the Kuchiko ki aya behos. Benaz to little bit at the door, I don't do yet, Negego, but that the what the door little Didikia done. So these are the eligible activities, and some communities have said that we would like to build we would like to have police vehicles purchased. The weapons that a shooting range that no about on that. That's not a crime prevention activity. If you have a development that's going to serve non-low income families over 100%, but I will cover this a little later on again. We can't utilize these funds to build tribal casinos or tribal administration facilities. Remember, all the facilities that are going to be built are going to be benefiting affordable housing activities. Yes, this is the green light, this is the red light. The Title 2, Nenegi 203, as I had mentioned, those individual families or individual parties who assemble themselves as a resident management corporation or a recipient, let's say for instance, Southwest Indian Foundation. They are one of the recipients. They are located in Gallup, New Mexico. Their service area is within the radius of 60 miles from Gallup. They have a policy in regards to Navajo Housing Authority in public rental. We charge up to 20% of the family's income for a required monthly payment. In the home ownership program, we charge up to 15%. Some of these families that are residing there, if they are high income, this is at the time of move-in. Let's say, for instance, after the family has lived in there 5 years and they continue their school, they graduate, and now they secure a high-paying job, we will still, we can charge them up to 15% or basically go with the fair market rate for public rental. We have a ceiling rent for public rental, and then the fair market rates does come into play here. However, the more the family pays, the sooner they pay off the home. Under the maintenance policy, if you are a recipient, you have to have a maintenance policy. You have to have adequate insurance. There's a limit for $5,000 or less. If you're going to have if you're going to be operating your own housing development, you have to have eligibility requirement, admission requirements, and occupancy policy. Because in this particular area, should the oversight of HUD or Office of Native American come in and say that, okay, how was Billy Bob selected over Sally Yazzie? Then if there is a petition by Sally Yazzie, we have to show the preference points as to how he was selected before Sally. That's what it really means. So there is a preference. Everything is in sequential order. Who is eligible? The admissions requirement. Eligibility for home ownership. Some of the chapters and all of the chapters that I know of basically say that everybody that's going to be residing in housing development has to be a member of that particular chapter, and the chapter has to certify that that individual person is a voting member of that particular chapter. The admissions requirement, non-clinicia, some of the families that may owe Navajo Housing Authority funds, or they may have not paid their bills, then basically if you have an outstanding balance, then in our admission policy says that you have to clear up those particular arrears as far as funding is owed to it could be the utility company, it could be the housing authority. On the occupancy policy, this is how the individual families will conduct themselves. And then also this is how many pets will be there. And those are some of the guidelines that are within that policy. On the management policy, if you hire personnel, then there's got to be grievance procedures, travel policies, ethics and code of conduct. These projects, let's say for instance, the Indian Housing Plan, you are a recipient and you did not complete what you had planned for, then you can carry over those projects. You can explain why some of those areas may have been delayed for one reason or another. And you have to share that information, and then that could be amended in the policy. $5,000 or less. So she even in a DDK quacky study the main gasha and any connect or a baptized on there. I don't get a Title 3 that the Hatnia, the annual allocation that I'm Liniki, a kundi was on single. You can begin to read at this, this particular document, and then you can begin to explore the allocation formula done Liniki Beso Hanet H the dot Hanet yet the Negi but you with the dot link. So how much of the homes that are out there that are public rental and then also home ownership that are 1937 that are not conveyed that still need maintenance and operation that this is where the needs or other factors that may be included in there. This is where we really need your assistance. So the more need that we have, as I had mentioned, the Navajo tribal leadership, executive office and legislative office, I have heard them utilize a number of saying somewhere in the neighborhood of 30% to 40% of the Navajo households do not have running water or utility infrastructure. That's a need. Adon the day of account and on clinicia. This is pretty much the law, the oversight. These are the rules and regulations as far as citations could be made. There could be a citation for non-compliance, and then it will terminate the payments, or it could reduce the payments. These are some of the areas that we can take a look at. If there is any non-compliance, these are the penalties that can take place. Here is the replacement of a recipient. There is an opportunity for grievance. Let's say, for instance, ABC Housing Development basically was allocated funds, and they basically their particular funds were taken away. Then they have an opportunity for grievance. The monitoring aspects of the monitoring is that it's the enforcement of the agreements. They will come out and visit you and then take a look at your particular books. And then we do have this oversight within Housing Authority as well. And then after that, are we doing what we said we were going to do? Are we meeting up to our specific goals? This is the annual performance report. So this report is the report card. Did we do what we said we were going to do in the Indian Housing Plan? Everything is reviewed by the secretary. The secretary of HUD is Secretary Fudge. We do have visitors coming from Congress, congressional members. They do visit us, and then the last one that was done was in, I think, January. Representative O'Halloran came out and visited Navajo Housing Authority. So we do have congressional members and then representative from HUD. They do come out and see how the work has taken place. Audits in Linigia, Government Accounting Office in Linigi, DDK pesos chadas in peso kwaki hot ego chides nene adeko kinatsos aidotli. Ako edit ya hot edo like ebe ba hot tibehos ani given magico. I don't that on an annual basis we have to make a report to Congress. And then this is the information that is available to you. The Indian Housing Plan, the APR, is available. The availability of public information that is posted on our website. Gentleman that takes care of that is Mr. Christian Bigwater, and he's the one that posts those that particular information. So you can go on the website and then go back as far as 1996, and then those particular documents should be available for your review. Adon the guarantee This particular area, these are some of the opportunities that are out there in regards to what we can end up doing. And I'll just give a brief overview of this. Is the federal guarantees for financing tribal housing activities. Title 6.AA, Title 6. No. Let's say, for instance, the funding that is allowed to borrow, the TDHE is allowed to borrow up to 5 times the allocation. So the amount of funding, as I had mentioned, 80 million plus in Linigia, 80 million plus times 5. That's a lot of money that could be realized by getting a loan against the leverage funds. There's opportunities and you would like to partnership and commingle funds, that is allowed. As I had mentioned, the Shiprock project, New Mexico Finance and Mortgage, USDA, NAHASDA, they combined their funding and therefore $14 million was realized, and thereby the community was able to get 96 rental units. Adon de Takundi ki eya 5 times the shnene ki eya. This is the guaranteed loan. So any of the presentation material that is being shared with you, then there is documents, and then also there is backup information that is there as well. Here's the term, up to 20 years. And then they can pledge to repay. And these are some of the qualified lenders. Other opportunities I had mentioned, Section 184, under the U.S. Treasury, low income tax credit, USDA. Some of the families may not know, and I'd like to give a little plug here for USDA. Section 502, Section 504. Let's say one is a grant. If they are senior citizens and limited 62 years or older, they can apply for a grant up to $7,000. Let's say, for instance, grandma wants to replace some of the fixtures in her home, heating system, windows, or even re-roofing. And let's say that it's going to cost $15,000 for upgrading windows and then a new heating system. Section 502, you can get a grant on that, and then a loan, 504, and let's say it costs $15,000. The grant could be up to $7,000, and $8,000 is what you would get a loan on at 1%. That is available here with USDA currently. For those that are in the northern New Mexico area, the USDA office, I believe, is in Aztec, or you could Google Section 502, Section 504, and learn a little bit more about that. HUD, and then public health.8. There is opportunity in the sense of Indian Health Services, Office of Environmental Health, for water and sewer. Those are some of the areas that there is funding. There's other private fundings as far as bonding finance. These are some of the areas that Ms. Curley is bringing to the table, and she would like to really advance, and then also Navajo Nation by going this particular route. For the most part, we've been utilizing the HUSDA funding for affordable housing activities, but there are a number of our families that need assistance, blended income limits, blended opportunities for our families so that they can choose and bring our family members back home. So if you have any ideas that you would like to share with senior management, I'm sure that they would be more than welcome to share that information with you and have a dialogue and discussion with you as well. other federal requirements in Linigia. The Age Discrimination Act of 1975, Section 504, I did mention Section 504. That is with USDA. Section 504 in HUD relates to the Rehabilitation Act of 1973. Many of you may know that the American Disability Act of 1990, the Civil Rights Act of 1968, Title 6 out on the Title 8.a of Civil Rights Act, this is the Uniform Relocation Assistance or Real Property Acquisition Act of 1970. These are some of the other areas. This particular presentation, you should be able to have access to it on our particular website. And so you don't need to really write these down. You should be able to print it out and then look these up at your own leisure and gain more information from that as well. I had mentioned that the Davis-Bacon Wage Act, Davis-Bacon Act of 1931, basically it just means that we are going to be paying more than the prevailing wage. The MIPA, the Flood Disaster Act, lead-based paint, lead-based solder, and a lot of our homes that were built early on, they had utilized lead-based paint, and it's harmful to our little children because little children basically, it may come, get into their system. Not only little children, but it can also get into the system of the adults too. The Section 3, and this is that Section 3 right here. So those are just some of the areas that forms the accountability aspect of it. We have to abide by, if it's federal funds, federal policies supersede. Oh, yeah, Nana Kodoya, yeah, Naidikide and Hawido, Adon that this is just a presentation, it's an overview, it's a snapshot, and then also in some of these presentations that are there, when it is allocated, sometimes it goes into a week aspect of it. Some of those sessions do go into the week as far as explaining what I had explained to you within the last hour and a half, I believe. And this is an opportunity for you to ask questions, as I had mentioned. I know that it's a lot of information that I had shared with you. However, the PowerPoint is made available for you to share with your particular community members, and then also you can copy them and distribute them. You as chapter members are afforded the opportunity to plan for your own communities. And those planning activities are initiated with the Club C, Title 26 of the Navajo Nation Tribal Code. That is the vehicle for communities to grow their particular land-based in their communities. From the resolution of the C Club Land Use Planning Committee, then basically it will go to the chapter, and the chapter will certify that particular plan, and then from there, the initiation of planning activity, and then also discussions can take place. I don't see any hands up. If not, then I'll go ahead and turn this over to Miss Nellie Gilmore. Nellie?
Good morning, Earl. I'm not sure if we can take a break at this time and we'll restart at 10:30.
Okay, yes, we can do that. Let's go ahead and take a break, and we'll come back at 10:30 as recommended by Ms. Gilmore. She will be our next presenter. So we'll see you back at 10:30. Our next presenter will be Nellie Gilmore. She'll be presenting, and she has oversight of the grants management. So she will give you information in regards to grants management and what her responsibilities are. Nellie?
Okay, thank you, Earl. Thank you, Yate, to those that are listening this morning to the webinar on the HOSDA. I want to introduce myself. Nellie Gilmore, Inshia. Kapa Hinchon, Twatachini, Bashichin, Honagani, Edashichedo, Tachine, Dashanale. Could all Stanan Schlindo, grants manager, Shananish, Navajo Housing Authority. Been doing this for the past 11 years. So earlier, Earl, Mr. Tooley presented the NAHASDA, the entire history of NAHASDA. So with that, the question is then, how do we put the Indian Housing Plan together every year as the TDHE for Navajo Nation? So the responsibility is huge. I wish I could bring up the grant cycle also, but I don't have that available. I may have to just email that out to the chapter later. But this morning, my topic is Native American Housing Assistance Act of 1996, Indian Housing Management Block Grant Management System Policies and Procedures. Our policies is derived from the NAHASDA. It manages how we manage our funds within NHA, our policies. So back in 2008, and that was the initial policy that was put together by the Board of Commissioners. In 2015, there was a re-amended. So, so currently we use this policy to guide our Indian Housing Block Grant in the way it's allocated and distributed. So thank you for joining me. Thank you for Shiprock chapter officials and those that are also other public that are listening in. Thank you for being with us. So going on to the purpose of the policy, it guides the development of the Indian Housing Plan and the governance of the NAHASDA IHBG allocation. Before I start, all these acronyms are listed in the last PowerPoint page. So I'm going to use these acronyms, but at the end of the page are those what it means. So it says it outlines procedures and application of IHBG funding to achieve maximum returns to Navajo Nation in building essential, safe, sanitary, and affordable homes within budget limitations. So all this means is that we have to make good use of these funds uniformly throughout the Navajo Nation. And if there's any cost sharing, that would be very helpful also to help us achieve these goals. Very seldom or sometimes we'll get cost sharing from other entities like Navajo Nation or 501c3, Tanzaniki. That's what I'm referring to. So the policy statement, then it says, to have an efficient and effective management system in the application of IHBG funds. That's the policy statement. We are to maintain a 5-year project plan. Assess the annual performance of each grant recipient relating to the performance and compliance. D, that we have internal capability, that this is what we do as we, when we fund all our grant recipients, they're all required to submit an annual performance as to how they use the funds and all the activities that were accomplished. And then we also do the same with annual assessment of annual performance of NHA on internally. Our APR's annual performance is also reviewed by the board. Then this report, the annual performance report, APR, is due at HUD on or before December 28th of each year. The purpose is because Congress would like to know the number of homes that were built and the number of families served. Dee, that earlier Earl was talking about, we have to post the annual performance report. We have to put out this report on an annual basis during the month of November and December, post another on NHA website. We also put it in the Navajo Times and let the public know that this report is available on our website. Our 15 housing management offices go to a condo so that they can post or they can share with their families. Going on to number E, prohibition is required on any lien, encumbrance, mortgage, or pledge of NAHASDA funds or property purchased with NAHASDA funds, including housing units, without NHA's consent or approval. All it says is that giving away NHA funds or property or housing units, or that is prohibited. You have to, individuals or subrecipients or programs have to let NHA know and to get NHA's consent and approval in order to do that. Auto escrow subrecipient, meaning that all those entities that we have funded from the past, there's 501c3 colleges and public schools, Navajo Nation departments and programs and organizations out there are required to report and submit program income to NHA for reallocation to new housing development. The program income, any funds that were derived at the subrecipient level, whether it's for public rental or those type of funds that come in at the subrecipient level, has to be returned to NHA if there is a profit realized, and those funds are then reallocated to new housing development. We have not, so all the income that our subrecipient make, they go back into their own operating costs. So and then G is NHA is to adopt general procedures as set forth in this policy. So any policy that needs to be developed that can also be included. Responsibilities. This is grants management. Grants management office is where I am as a grants manager. I have 2 staff, actually 3. Both staff are grants analysts. We take care of the Indian Housing Block Grant at South Bahashnagi, and then we also have the CARES Act Indian Housing Plan Block Grant. Then we also recently submitted the American Rescue Plan Act Indian Housing Plan. In that it's fairly new, we haven't received the funds, so there's other small grants like the HUD-VASH for our veterans. And then we do have also the ROS grant, which is Resident Opportunity for Self-Sufficiency. Just small grants. And then of course, we also have the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. That one is managed by a different department. So I think our Earl will be mentioning that later on. Number B, our NHA oversight is our Board of Commissioners. So their responsibility is to approve the Indian Housing Plan every year annually for both formal or informal amendment. Formal means that, say, for FY 2022, we decided to add new projects, new activities, meaning, say, the board made a decision that we're going to include maybe another project that's new. So formal, it goes from the board to RDC to the Navajo Nation president, and then we submit it to HUD. Informal amendment, those funds that are recaptured and we reallocate, funds that are recaptured, meaning that if there's some projects that were completed and there's funds left over, those are considered informal. Board, they approve those. And then they also, number 2, review the annual performance report and review and approve self-monitoring. Like I said earlier, we have a compliance department that does the self-monitoring for us. Auto C, the NHA executive management staff, they're charged with responsibilities to ensure that the staff or employees adhere to our statute, the Nahasa statute, regulations, policies, and procedures. Number 2, they're to ensure that all the organization is equipped with labor, equipment, supplies, and material to operate with. And then 3 says support corrective action recommended by compliance department. They have to support our compliance department if they have any written corrective action that needs to be made, our internal programs and the sub-recipients. Our sub-grantee, like I said, they again have to comply with applicable statutes, regulations, policies, and procedures. Right now, we have 18 active sub-recipients that have been funded, back from 2006, or actually 5 to 2017 that are still active. And I'll talk about that later on. Upon termination or cease to use all these purchase equipment using the HASDA funds, subrecipient can have the option to return all their equipment to NHA, especially if they're terminated. But if they continue to operate, then it's up to them to keep it out as well. General procedures, number 4, the development of the Indian Housing Plan. So I'm pretty sure some of you are familiar when you hear RDC, our Resource and Development Committee is our oversight committee. When we get our Indian Housing Plan on the agenda. So this is the process. The Grants Management Department develops the Indian Housing Plan consistent with the 5-year plan, including the number of families to be served, and then funds shall be allocated uniformly throughout the Navajo Nation. 3, priority for funding shall be applied in the following order. We are to serve our low-income families. That's number 1, is to serve our families, low-income families, homelessness, overcrowded, and substandard conditions. Auto B, a low-income elderly, disabled person, and veterans. C, a college housing. D, a housing for essential personnel, public safety, like police officers, medical doctors, judicial, and then educational. Medical, for example, Chinle Nursing Home, they recently constructed some staff housing. They have an essential policy to cover their doctors and nurses because they're high income. So and then we built some teacher housing, out at Nansis-on Community School. They have teacher housing. Loop School has teacher housing. Rough Rock have teacher housing. So Akon has ongo. They have they've used the HASA funds to build those homes. Daycare centers. We do have 3 daycare centers currently. Other model activities serving low-income residents. Model activity it refers to elderly group homes. It refers to youth complex, boys and girls club. We have 3 of those currently, and then student housing. Ado on NHA office buildings, so those are considered model activities. And then for today, this week it says we are to conduct public hearings annually. So the last public hearing that I remember going back to, I believe it was 2008 was the last time. But I don't understand so this week is finally the opportunity to have this and let our public know that all our chapter officials and the public know that these funds are available. So the 5-year plan, development plan shall consist of number of families to be served and presented to the board no later than February 1st of each year. And then general procedures under 4B, determination of funding, appropriation, and budget limitation. Grants management shall estimate the annual IHBG funds, normally based on prior year allocation. And then the final allocation is determined by HUD. So for FY 2023 coming up, our estimate is going to be based on the FY 2022 donation. And then as Earl talked about earlier, we have to set aside the FCAS, the Formula Current Assistance Stock Operating Subsidy and Modernization Allocation per HUD notice. Automatically, it's already sliced off the top of our total grant. Allocating for our mutual help and our public rentals. So right now it's like there are 30 million for FY 2023. And then we also collaborate with our Chief Financial Officer, to develop our budget. She does the administrative operating cost. So she also can determine how much after FCAS is determined, and then she can also set the amount for new development. Although our Indian housing block grant allocation is then reviewed and approved by the board. Under C, prioritization and allocation of IHBG funding. This is the order of the priority that the board has set. Number 1 is we are to develop new housing. New housing is number 1 priority. So it has to be project ready for home ownership, and then it has to be project ready for public rentals. And then all the planning and engineering costs are also included for like the housing, home ownership, and public rental. After that, we can fund, if there's any funds left over, we can fund existing residential housing renovation, self-help repair, construction-ready projects, and home ownership and public rental. So some chapters in the past, I have taken advantage of using some of these funds to help their own community. Like I can remember Rhema chapter did that a lot. auto, I believe Steamboat Chapter, though, they're able to make use of some of these funds on their own, and they match their funds with their own chapter funds. So they were able to help some of their elderly in the community. Auto 6 resident self-sufficiency opportunity and housing counseling programs. This is a housing services activity that currently is being under the Housing Management Office. They provide education as far as financial literacy, how to become self-sufficient, how to, there's other, like how to budget, how to get into mortgage aid, training and training for our residents. Number 7A, regional model activities, construction ready projects. Regional meaning that, say, I'm using Chinle Nursing Home again. They're more of a regional setup type of nursing home. They had one recently constructed in 2019, so they serve everyone, just not Chinle agency elderly. They serve everyone from other agencies. So that's something that's regional. And then 8, we also support planning and engineering costs. And then 9 is non-regional model activities, construction ready, which are like college housing, something like NTU. We help them with student housing, and then also planning and engineering costs as well. Going on to, so how do we begin submitting proposal? Like I indicated earlier, 2017 is the, I think I said that earlier, the year 2017, that was the last time that we issued a RFP request for a proposal. And at that time, I believe we put out $15 million to the public. So the process, we use this process is that we put it in the local newspaper through maybe the Navajo Times or Gallup Independent, but we've always used Navajo Times to announce our funding opportunities. So if some of the 2023 funds are going to be given out to the public, this is going to be the board and the CEO's decision. Some of the funds will be published, an RFP will be put out into the newspaper locally. That's one route. The other route that will happen is that if you have projects at the chapter level that you're looking at and you're doing your planning, and then you can also go through your chapter resolution and then request an NHA Construction Services Division Planning Department to help out. That's another route that you can get on the 5-year plan. So, so then proposals are due at our Grants Management Office no later than February 28th. Going on to RFP Evaluation Criteria. So all these proposals that we get from the past, and if there's going to be any in the future, the evaluations are done based on, we look at administrative capacity, whether the organization has the capacity to manage the Indian Housing Block Grant funds and make sure that the projects are completed. And then we also look at your proposal content. So there's a lot of questions as to how your organization is capable of implementing these programs, all the way from like performance and how well you can expend these funds within a certain time limit, your experience in managing projects. 3, we also look at funds leveraged from other sources. And then 4 is your compliance and monitoring reviews. We ask for your financial audits. If we have clean audit, those are given a high score. And then again, your performance, like I said, that's also how well you're able to finish your projects and in line with all the policies that you have to follow. And then you have the capacity to operate and maintain your housing units or whatever facility that you're planning to construct. The only thing that we don't fund is your operating and maintenance costs. It's up to, that should be coming from all organizations. And then the RFP evaluation team, we have our internal, myself or whoever the grants manager may be, our grants accounting supervisor, Navajo Nation Executive Office, Legislative Office, and then our management staff. It could be the CEO, it could be our Chief Financial Officer, and then someone from legal department, and then one NHA board member. We have an evaluation team that does the evaluation to fund. So once our proposals are reviewed and scored, any proposal with a score of at least over 75% and above are prioritized for funding based on score and funding category. The cutoff point is when funding category are depleted. So it just means that, say we put 10 million for the new development. So all proposals that came in for development, we just lined them up based on the score, and then if the funds run out, then any funds that didn't get any funding will be considered in the next subsequent year. So those proposals are treated in that fashion. Then the selection process requires the Board of Commissioner review and approval April 30th. So selection on our proposal. Under HA, we do have an appeal process which we never use, but it may happen. Applicants can appeal within 30 days if at least they score 65 points. Appeal must have good reason. The evaluation committee then has 30 days to make final decision, and any decisions will be final. And then our grants management area, we compile all the projects and we line them up by, we have activity numbers, Nahaza, maintenance and repairs, we have housing services, we have, accessibility, new development for public rental and home ownership. We have model activities. We have other activities. We lined them up, and then we present it to the board at least by, we put it all in the Indian housing plan, and then we present it to the board by at least the first Thursday in May. We try to stick with these timelines. A lot of times it does not happen, but we make it as long as we're ready by, I believe, by July 15th, we know we're on time. So the process may take time, but RDC reviews the Indian housing plan in May or June. Navajo Nation president, though, he has to certify the Indian housing plan in June and or July. And then the IHP is then submitted to HUD at least by July 15th. It's actually due on July 18th, but we try to be early, and it's electronically submitted with a hard copy. In our grant application every year, so far, we have not missed one. We have not been late. We try to maintain NHA to be in compliance with these timelines. And We have never been late. We're keeping NHA in compliance. And then because we know it's important that we fund our housing development, we're supporting whatever's in the housing as far as housing construction. So then Han Saha case at the chapter level, we think about our families, and that's the reason why we try to be early and meet these deadlines, because we have someone to answer to. We have our management, our board, our Navajo Nation president, our oversight committee to make sure that our Indian housing plan is on time. Ado K Gune Eya, our land use restriction agreement. I have a whole new PowerPoint on this process, but very in summary, the policy states that our land use restriction agreement is just another term for collateral assignment. But what we do is, what it means is that during the useful life of any buildings or units or housing units is up to 20 years. So this is set by HUD. We have a HUD program guidance that talks about the land use restriction agreement has to be put in place. So currently I indicated that we have 18 active sub-recipients. So they have to comply. They did sign all their land use restriction agreement. This process, it takes some time as well to process. Requires land administration. It requires the sub-recipient to sign off. It requires our CEO to sign off. It requires legal documents and legal review. So, but this is one requirement that we put in place. So it's required on new facilities that are constructed on trust land, allotted land, fee land. And then again, like I said, it's for all Indian Housing Block Grant assisted units or facilities. 4, it serves as a collateral assignment for sub-recipient projects. DA, yeah, I indicated in my second or third slide that there's prohibition, the Shnal Bahasi. This is in place so that no one is giving up their homes or selling or, you know, even yes, we make this agreement. Timing for the LoRa extension is within 6 weeks of funding. We have to put this in place in 6 weeks of funding. So auto LoRa is required for recipients who conveys or deeds to another homeowner or another organization within the affordable period. Say there's a subrecipient on his 5th year, decided that he's going to go under and he decides to give it to another subrecipient. So that LoRa has to transfer with those housing units or facility. And then 7, breach of LoRa results in repayment of funds to NHA, and then NHA has to retake control of the facility or units. So there are some units and facilities that out there that have went under, they were abandoned, and unfortunately we have to take those units back. So going on to our L, subrecipient agreement. This agreement will then, if you're funded or our subrecipients that are funded, will have to sign a subrecipient notice. Upon HUD award notice, grants management issues formal written letter to a subrecipient to submit their subrecipient agreement within 6 weeks of official notification. Failure to file one will result in recapture, and the award will be awarded to the next qualified applicant. So that can happen. The subrecipient agreement is executed by the grantee and then our CEO to carry out the eligible activity. Project development process, this portion, it's been transferred over to our Construction Services Division in Fort Defiance, we used to have a program under grants management called Quality Inspection Program. So since all the projects were closed out back in 2018, and then there was reorganization that was done, they were transferred over to Construction Services Division. So when they were under grants department, they were doing all the technical assistance for pre-application process. They were helping out with pre-planning, providing guidance on legal survey, environmental archaeology, right-of-way, and NEPA requirement. And then they were also doing environmental assessment and engineering service. And then they were also assisting subrecipient with contracting, procuring contractors, but even now they still do that. So that responsibility though is over at the Construction Services Division. Then these funds are Indian Housing Block Grant funds. Federal funds are expended within 2 years and should be expended within 2 years. And because we try not to carry on funds throughout and having carryovers on not delicate sometimes, and it can accumulate. So, and then at that point had questions why we're not expending funds. And then going on under general procedures, our monitoring and reviews of our subrecipient, or not just subrecipient, but internal NHA programs as well. So all recipients are monitored and reviewed by our NHA compliance department. Our subrecipients must comply with their agreement at all times. So our active subrecipient right now, like I said, there's 18 of them. They're still active. They're required to submit monthly reports or annual performance report, and then report their program income and all that. And then when they're finally when they finally use up their useful life period, that says that at the last bullet, we issue a letter to those recipients that have met the useful life, which is 20 years. And we let go of them, and we tell them that we no longer are going to monitor, and that they're now on their own, and they can use those housing units however way they want to. They can house high-income families. They can do whatever they want to do with their facility. We've written off a lot of subrecipients. So, like I said, we monitored our subrecipient through the duration of the useful life. So, that's our and then our 5-year plan under NHA shall prepare a 5-year plan consistent with housing priorities of the Navajo Nation in concert with Navajo Nation chapters and communities. This is the reason why we're involving our chapters and local communities to see what projects are feasible that can be put on the 5-year plan. And then public hearings shall be conducted every 5 years, because that one is, I think it's a conflict. The policy is written, so that has to be addressed, maybe an update on the policy, but it should be every year. A 1-year plan is to be maintained on an annual basis for new or ongoing projects. This is really important because we have to have this along with the proposal, because our oversight, our HUD, our funder, every year they do monitoring. We've been doing virtual, and then they look at our Indian housing plan, and then they look at our annual performance report. They review those so that they're aware of what projects are fund it, and that's why it's important that our 5-year plan, the 5-year plan is included in the Indian Housing Plan. And then P is the assessment and maintenance of a 5-year plan. This all it says is that we have to assess again the annual performance of each grantees. We adjust the 5-year plan on an annual basis. This is the responsibility to, along with our construction services division, because they're the one that really keep the 5-year plan, development plan in place. So I know that Dwayne Wasetta and maybe Ernest Franklin will be presenting this later on today. So, and then we present to the board in December for review and approval. 4, initiate the development of next year's 1-year plan to be added. So we do this every time we get a proposal. Right now, it's just internal to our NHA. We just issued a grant proposal for 2023 to our internal NHA program. So I got proposal on March 4th. So we'll be adding this to our 1-year plans to 1 more year. But Auto Q, Navajo Nation is the grant beneficiary monitoring responsibility. All NHA programs and departments are responsible for monitoring their grant activities, including compliance requirements. That's what we do internally as NHA as well. Auto, the last one is R. I talked about this earlier, any recapture and reallocation of NAHASA funds can be reallocated. New projects or new requests shall not be considered for funding for recaptured funds. Recapture funds shall only be considered for current, ongoing, or shortfall projects through the approval of the Board of Commissioners. Policy so with that, the last page is just the acronyms, and you can read up on that. And I think all of you have copies of our presentation. So this morning, and back to you, Earl, for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nellie, for doing the presentation and also sharing the information in regards to what your particular department and office does. Are there any questions from the participants on the presentation that was provided just a little while ago? I don't see any hands up or questions. So with that, let me go to Mr. Ernest Franklin. Mr. Franklin. Well, we're waiting for Mr. Franklin. Okay, Mr. Franklin, you're on board. Your presentation, sir.
Okay. Yeah, Earl. I said the house. I say Ernest Franklin. Ship. Auto. They bastate. When next to Mexico, I she has named though. Here on the instead of na could never change. Okay, the Chanel do continue to say. Actually, that is same. The division director should know for Development and Construction Services Division. With option on the session at the NHA. Kodi bahoni snagi these are our processes that we go through for new development process. Good morning, everyone. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, NHA overview. As it was stated, NHA was created in May 1963, and they started out with the 1937 Housing Act, which put a lot of public rentals and mutual housing out on the Navajo Nation. That was the first funding source for housing. And then in 1996, we had the Native American Housing Assistance and Self-Determination Act, which is called NAHASDA. That's when they implemented it. And and that was passed in 1996 during the Bill Clinton's administration, and then it was implemented in 1998. So we have, based on our housing stock, public rental, that's 3,882 units. Then home ownership, 4,144 units for a total of over 8,000 housing. And then we have 29 administrative facilities out throughout the Navajo Nation. That includes the 15 field offices. Out there we have our maintenance staff, and we also have our HMO staff, our housing administrative staff. So some of the eligible funding activities. First thing is Indian housing assistance, subsidies for rental and utilities. When we do a public rental, we provide subsidies, and a lot of people pay not the full rent, which is the market value is $800 a month. But because of the subsidies we provide, it lowers the monthly cost, and it varies based on family composition out there. Out of home ownership down payments, it's called we help with the down payment, and then we enter into an agreement with the client to do the monthly payments. And, that's the housing assistance. That's first thing, and then we also do development. That's new new development. First thing we have to do is we have to get land acquisition. We provide technical assistance to identify feasible land for development through chapter. We really depend on the chapter land use plans and the chapter land withdrawal process. We provide that assistance, and we look at a lot of things, and I'll go over that in detail as we go through this presentation. Although when we get the land here, we go into design and construction. They said the design we do all the civil design, the house design, streets, water, and water, and so we do the water line extension and the power line extension, and then also if there's no sewer lagoon, then we have to get land for a sewer lagoon. That's where we put the sewer lagoon out there, or if there's an existing one, we tap into that existing lagoon. The next thing we do is we have the modernization rehabilitation. Since I've been here at NHA, I came to NHA in 2010, going into 2011. And we had to do a lot of modernization. And I think in the nation that because those houses that were put in the late 60s, throughout the 70s, and into the 80s, 1980s, were all out of code, and we had to redo a lot of modernization and rehabilitation to bring them back up to standards. Out of that electricity, water line within those housing. So we have to go back and replace those because NTOA says they're too old. You need to upgrade that system so that we can bring it up to standards. And there was a lot of hazardous material out there. What you call asbestos and lead-based paint and transite piping. And that we had to replace all that stuff. So we took quite a bit of money and quite a bit of time to bring those units back up to the state to current standards. So we are still working on some of the last remaining ones that are out there, and then also we're pushing for new development. Then the next eligible activity there is housing services. That's that's resident services. That's provided education on finance and how to maintain and own a home without a educational service money. We used to do that a lot before the pandemic. I think we're going to be doing that again since this pandemic is pretty much at its tail end. We're hoping so that we can increase our housing services back up there. Housing management services, that's where they do all the admissions and occupation, yearly certification on yearly, what do you call annual maintenance, preventive maintenance, to keep the houses running so that we can ensure, because those houses have furnaces, they have water heaters, they have refrigerators, they have stoves. We have to constantly bring them up to current standards. That's what we do out there. And then crime prevention services. That one is to reduce crime within our subdivisions. We do a lot of fencing to deter people from running across your yard. We put in a lot of street lights. We have been doing our street light program, solar street light program, to light up the subdivision to deter crime, auto speed bumps, to reduce the speeding within our subdivision. Those kind of things that we do under crime prevention. Out of this model activity, that's the community facilities, and it still has to be housing related, like group homes, the wellness centers, and things like that will provide housing services to the community. And that AI HUD, they want to make sure that we're not duplicating services that should be provided by the nomination government through IHS or other funding sources. No, you can't be duplicating. So we have to get HUD approval to make sure that that HUD is not duplicating other funding sources' responsibility. Meaning that says right there, it requires HUD approval. This is one of the samples of our housing programs of NHA. We have our home ownership program, mutual help housing program, and then we also have the in-house NHA finance home ownership. This kind of information can be obtained from your local 8 housing management offices within your area. Okay, they can provide that educational services. That's under the housing services program. Auto public rental program, we have low income rental program. That's for every month. That's the one where you live in the house based and you're renting the area. And then there's Section 8 voucher programs. These are voucher programs that can be that NHA can issue to assist low income clients that can't pay their whole monthly payment, usually on the outs. We use this mainly for surrounding communities within the Navajo Nation, and based on. And then we have NHA is basically just what they call low income. They had them based on they'd say that this money is for low income. But that's what we put this chart together. It's based on the U.S. total median income. We use a base of on the top. You see those numbers there, adjusted 70, 80, 90, 10, 100, 108. Based on that, we have right there in the yellow, we have the median. We have to be at or below that median. A family has to be at or below that that income right there. So that's the guidance that's provided by program guidance from that's being submitted by HUD on a yearly basis. Yeah, that's how we determine who can occupy NHA low income units out there. We do get audited on this. They in Washington, they in Hanakau. They look at our tenant files and they make sure that we're staying within the policy that they are doing. So we get yearly audits. A lot of people think that we're just running around. We're just doing things on our own. That's not true. We do get audited on admissions and occupation. Well, that's how this thing is determined. I know we have a monthly calculation here of public rental. If you have a gross income of 25,000, there's some deductions that you can do. This is to determine your monthly payment. So you have child, work, travel, and utility allowance, $2,740. That brings the adjusted annual income down to $22,260. We do 20% adjusted income, and then we compute an annual rate of $4,452. And you divide that by 12, you come up with a price of $371. That's how we determine the monthly payments for public rental, auto, HMO, home ownership. Going on with that, you have all the deductions, you have the adjusted income, you calculate the rent, and then for HOs you pay $278 a month for a home ownership. And with that, that's just an example. It varies from family to family based on what kind of deductions you're qualified for and what kind of subsidies you're qualified for. And with that, that's how that whole thing gets calculated. So now we get into new development, timelines for new development. This is where we're trying to put new units out in each of the chapter areas. Identifying feasible land. There's a lot of things that happen within that area. A lot of times we have to get utility commitments. In the NHA or NTUA, all other utility providers, we meet with them and we tell them we're going to put 20 units out here or 30 units, wherever. We say, okay, how fast can you provide enough water for these units? Is your power system enough to take care of these units? And then your sewer lagoons, your existing sewer lagoons that we're going to be tapping into, does it have the capacity? That's one of the most important things that we always deal with. Even now, where we put that at number one, because if we don't have the utility capacity, then we have to go back and we have to work with other funding agencies to increase that capacity before we can get any houses in that area. Out of the next thing, is the grazing area. So we have to meet with the grazing committee, with the chapter houses, and we have to chapter house committee, land use committee. We do all this, and we finally try to we finally get it. Okay, there's been several times when we ran into obstacles where just one person stopped the whole thing, even though we were putting houses on our own lease. The lease of it. They're saying that those people didn't know what they were saying, so but now we're saying no. But even though we got the land, so that's one of the things that we have to really try to kind of coordinate with. And then, how we're going to get to that subdivision? How are we going to do that? Then we have to, once that's all agreed upon, then we send our survey crew out there. They survey the land. They put their plats together, the description. This is where we're going to get the land. And then we use that information to do our environmental clearances. So those things take quite a bit. If you see the timeline down at the bottom, it says land feasibility reviews, 2 to 8 months out of land withdrawal process, 6 months to 1 year. So it takes quite a while for us to get the land for not only for the houses, but for the utilities, for the roads, for everything, and then do all the clearance documents. But hey, yeah, that's where we're going. But the first two is what really kind of, if we don't get those two done, then we're pretty much going to have to wait on those projects because kaya pasahalo though there's not enough utilities. Those are the first two things that we look at. Once we get past that obstacle, we put it on our Indian housing plan request. Hey, Nellie Gilmore, that's what. So once we do all that stuff, and then we come back and say, Steve, this project here is ready to go. This one's ready to go. We have enough water utilities, and we're ready to go. And we put it on our 5-year plan, and that's how we secure funding. Based on so the first time we do is we just get the design monies. The design papers. We get that first, and then once we get that ready, we say, okay, we're ready for construction out of base on for to build the subdivision. And sometimes we have to, like I said before, we have to use those monies to design utility systems and to construct those utility systems. Out of we start putting the houses down. And then that's kind of the next step right there is utility approval, right of ways, construction drawings. We have to do environmental. There's environmental to get the land. There's another environmental that's done to spend public monies. This HUD money is this IHP funding, our Indian Housing Block Grant Fund. It has to get approved. You have to make sure that you get environmental release of funds. That has to also, they use the documents that was used to get the land. They use that as they put more documents together, and then they get the release of funds for construction. That's the process right there. And how is funds allocated to chapters and community housing and development projects? How this whole thing begins is the chapters has to submit a resolution to NHA housing requesting for technical assistance. So that shows the need basis because in HUD will ask us, what is the need? What's your proof for need? And then we give them that resolution and said, here is a request for technical assistance to identify feasible sites for housing development. We give them the documentation, and they say, oh, okay, I guess so. Then you have a proof that there's a need out there. DCSD, that's my division. We compiled a feasibility study and report to the chapters on the pre-selected land that includes recommendations to proceed with housing project. In that feasibility study, and I'm having the senior our project managers. I told them you have to keep the chapters informed as they're going through this process. If it's a no-go, or do we have to delay, or if it's a go, we have to continue to inform the chapters. I know we haven't been doing that a lot, and a lot of chapters were upset with us for not keeping them informed. But I am telling my workers to make sure that we keep the chapters informed. So the chapter passes resolution to initiate to proceed. Once we have that, we tell them we now can go with the withdrawal of the housing development. Today, housing are the general leasing development, the general land development department has land designation. It said that's just where OSHA Shinigi, where we think we're going to put this stuff. And then where we're going to put this housing, where the utilities are going to go in. We talk about that, and then once we get that chapter resolution to proceed with withdrawal of housing development, then we do all the requirements: letter of application, legal survey, supporting chapter resolution, which is that consent from the grazing officer, biological resource compliance forms, cultural resource compliance forms. We put it all together. And then we put it through the Navajo Nation system. Chapter responsibility. Submitting resolutions requesting assistance to identify feasible areas of development. This is where the club committees are very important in doing this. We also, we'll show you earlier that we did do some planning documents for master planning within certain chapter areas. And then we identify, so we want to identify at least 3 potential areas in case we run into some sort of problem in those areas. Then we have at least 3 places we can study. And then the chapter will prioritize the proposed areas if more than one site is feasible. So if you give us 3 areas and we say, okay, all 3 are good, now we need the chapter to select which one they want to go first. Oh yeah, that's what they mean by that. And then the chapter will proceed with the land withdrawal documents for feasibility site. That's that land designation. And then submit to NHA the resolution for land withdrawal. The chapter will participate in the designating of the community. So that we're going to work, and our staff is willing to go out there. To go out and provide presentations to the communities along with the chapter officials and the club members. So stakeholders of the Navajo Nation. These are just samples of the stakeholders. There's from the chapter communities. You have the chapter official, the club committee, the grazing officials, and sometimes the farm boards. And that they're the ones that have a say-so in this whole process. And then on the Navajo Nation side and the federal stakeholders, you have the Navajo Land Department, you have Navajo Tribal Utility Authority, you have IHS, Bureau of Indian Affairs, and the Navajo government programs that are out there. So they all have a say-so because we have to go through the SAS process, we have to go through the club committees, we have to go through the grazing official, and we have all these different programs that we have to go through. Technical assistance provided by NHA assists in determining the feasibility of potential sites by performing pre-feasibility studies. And we'll go over some of those reports that's part of my presentation. Providing guidance to chapters who request assistance for prioritizing sites and selecting one to proceed into planning. This is where we will look at the land, we will look at how it's draining, if there's enough utilities, and that we'll assist in all that. Providing guidance for coordination with other stakeholders such as Navajo Land Department, Navajo Development Division of Community Development, NTUA, EPA, all other departments. And then this is where we request for utility capacity analysis from the utility providers, legal description of proposed site for chapter withdrawal, provide guidance in archaeological and environmental clearances and requirements. So that's where NHA comes into play there. And then continuing on, we have the providing guidance and preparing the resolution to submit for land withdrawal. We have sample resolutions that we put together that we can send to chapters and they can follow that format. The past 3 presentations, we were asked for that, for those sample resolutions, and we've been emailing them out. We also been emailing a lot of the community master plans that NHA put together way back. NHA will request for IHP funding for planning design for feasibility sites. That'll be on our side. NHA will proceed with designing consultants. We do a lot of, we hire professional designers, professional engineers, professional architects, professional structural engineers, professional electrical engineers, and mechanical engineers. And that we have those contracts on board so that we can assign, once we get to that point, we can assign those consultants to the projects. NHA will coordinate with consultants, chapters, and stakeholders for the preparation of construction documents. NHA will request for IHP funding for construction. NHA will procure the contractor. We do all the procurement to obtain a licensed and qualified contractor. With IAEA, that's how we do pretty much everything, so that we can control the quality and the scope and the schedule and everything else. And then NHA will construct the project using the contractor, and then we accept the project, and then we start the warranty process. We have an 18-month warranty process where the contractor is responsible to handle all warranties. If anything fails within that house, they have to go out there and fix it. So that's kind of what we have as part of our contract. And then assistant summary, actively working with 18, we are now active. We are currently working with 18 chapters, and we have initial meetings and site selections going on. We're providing initial PowerPoint presentations to 18 chapters. Everything that I've been talking about we generalize our presentations so that we say the same thing at each and every chapter. I tell my project managers and my planners, we have to talk the same language to each and every one. We can't be saying different things. So we do that. We standardize our presentations. We have sent letters and emails to other chapters to initiate contact and schedule meetings. About 35 chapters are yet to be contacted. NHA is progressing to determine most feasible areas that are currently in the land withdrawal process by chapters. So if you see over there on the right-hand side, you have the 18 chapters we're currently working with. Some of them we have, like I said, because of the pandemic, we lost contact, but we're going back and reinitiating the interaction with these 18 different chapter houses. And I have a dashboard that shows me when they went out there and what they were doing out there. So so land planning, rural communities. You look at all these things we had talked about before, incorporating community parks into neighborhoods, incorporating cultural elements, protecting and integrating natural drainage ways. You still have to put the drainage in there, so because there's always going to be rain, there's always going to be snow, so we have to control that and make sure that the land is still draining properly and in the right places, and not harming the houses that are out there or any other community facilities. Or limiting roads to prevent a lot of disturbance out there, because like I said, especially the ones beneath the Havanagi, they don't want people driving all over the place. They want to make sure that there's certain areas that are designated for roads. And then we organize groups of housing and to be more meeting the community needs, having more open space for formal and informal recreation, integrating paths and trails throughout the neighborhoods. So that we have those as our part. So here's an example of a conceptual planning study. You have on there, we can overlay this on Google Earth for you and send that to you. And if you have Google Earth Pro, it's free. You can download it, put it on somebody's computer, and then we can send you this file, and it overlays right on top of Google Earth, and then you can see where all these areas are that was done. There's tables in there that shows you where what type of housing can be put in certain areas, where other areas that we want to protect and keep people from disturbing those areas, things like that. And this is just a planning document. It's a guidance. These things should be a living document. It should be reviewed every 1 to 2 years and say, okay, we noticed this is happening over here. So how can we redo this plan? So we can work with you and how we can redo those plans. Like I said, when you look at it on Google Earth, you'll really see what's really going on within your community. It's a very useful tool. And then the types of residential. We have single family, low density, 1 acre. That's what we call scattered sites. And the people that are living way out there, they want houses. Only there's one shando tata. No, that's where that single family, low density. And then you have single family, medium density, 2 to 3 units. The brigade that's not shot. Like if you go around, you'll see a lot of that happening. They say, "Oh, what the hell I want to live within my family." They ajik kiaani dahi kato le without dahi kata no. They want to stay in that kind of setting. Auto high density is that's our subdivision. That's where we put all the streets and the sidewalks and the street lights and the roads and everything in there. That's where most of the young people they like to live in that kind of environment. And that's where the school bus can go in there and pick up kids and do that kind of stuff. High density. And then there's multifamily, where it's duplexes, triplexes, townhomes, etc. These are you have two families living right next to each other, or you have 3 families living next to each other. They're not all living in one space, but they're divided into two units in one building, or 3 units in one building. And then there's apartments, multi-floor construction layout, Kinsajada, like in Gallup, that you'll see a lot of those apartments where they have multi-floors. Some people like to live in that kind of area. So those are the type of residential things that we can help with. Clan pods, these are just how a drawing of how the clan pods. You've seen this a lot out there. Where I live, they have a lot of all her sisters and her relatives. They all live in kind of like in one area. Subdivision, same thing. Like I said, this is where we have the streets, we have the parks, we have all the amenities there, everything that people want in one area. That's how the subdivisions are. This is what I was talking about as part of the pre-feasibility study. They go out there, they look at it, they look at all the different aspects, how the land is there slopes in there, what kind of is there debris on there, is there sewer systems, is there water systems, electrical systems, how far are the streets, how far are the roads, and then they take pictures and they put this in a file and they bring it back for further examination. That's how that pre-feasibility report goes into play. And then there's also other things that we look at. We look at what kind of sensitivity. And Navajo Nation Fish and Wildlife, they give us maps and say these are areas where there's hardly any sacred plants or any other sacred wildlife or something like that. This is the kind of thing that they'll tell us to do. And then also floodplain areas. So we look at all that stuff and we put that's another part of the feasibility report. So once all that is done, these are the things that we come across. We landscape, types of soil, the wash, those are clay soils, units across the Navajo Nation. And then there's arroyos, and they put in the corgi. They look at that, side slopes, route outcropping, flood areas, localized flooding, environmental, archaeological observations, biological sensitivity, everything that I talked about in those forms, we put on this, and that's how we put our report together. So then this is another slide on challenges. Outdated infrastructure, that's our biggest problem. We have to, it doesn't meet the needs of the community. No. So we have to make sure we put that as part of our scope, and and then we assist in that. Sometimes we partner up with other entities to update the infrastructure, the utility infrastructure. Although, like I said before, grazing issues for right-of-ways and housing development, that's a big thing that we always run into. So we have to, those are one of our biggest, these 4 things are our biggest challenges. And then our EA, environmental assessment, archaeological surveys, and other things like that. They pick the best areas to live, I'll tell you that right now. And then when we try to put houses back in those areas, they say, yeah, so then that's kind of where we get a challenge there. Although land status, one of our biggest problems was land status. BML land, and then allotments. Hey, it's more about those in the allotments, because you have a bunch of relatives. No, they have to all sign the paper, and that gets to be very challenging. See fee simple lands, and then travel trust is probably the easiest one to do, but some cases the grazing committee, that's where the grazing people, which comes into private, state, and public order, those two types of land. So these 4 things are our biggest challenges that we have to deal with. Accessibility, these are just examples of accessibility. Roads that are access roads, they cost a lot to improve. We look at, and then also what type of like floodplains are that? Site conditions. This is what I mean by when you go to a site, and then there's like right there, quiet in Ikea. Then you look at it, and then there's a dump yard there, or there's something going on there. And then there's other areas where you have forest areas, and it requires tree cutting permits and forest moratoriums. You don't cut them all down. It's always we hear that at the chapter houses all the time, and at the council chambers. So those are the things that we look at. Congested areas, making sure that, and then we have slopes. A lot of people, they get their home site lease on the side of a hill. I don't know why that happens, but they get their home site lease on the side of a hill. It's not impossible to do. It just costs a lot more money to build a house on the side of a hill. And then there's archaeological, like I said, Nasaza, where they used to live, and landed up at the late side of. And then flood areas, we do flood mapping. We have our own flood mapping that we did, and we do a lot of our own flood mapping, and then we hire consultants to do detailed flood mapping. So that's how we do it. You see that slide there, you see how the houses are identified. It says project number Mariano Lake and Virginia Charlie bedroom addition. Those are the kind of things that we really need to get assistance with the chapter houses to label those houses. Who wants houses? What kind of work do they need? We can work with you and help you do something like this, and teach you how to use Google Earth to actually identify people on the map and show who lives there, how many people are there, what kind of agenda has taken. So those are the things that we can assist with, and we got to make sure that they don't live in a floodplain. Cool. I'm open to any questions. Thank you very much. Back to you, Earl.
Thank you very much, Mr. Franklin, for sharing your particular knowledge, and then also the process for developing homes in various chapter areas, as well as some of the services that could be made available to the chapters upon their request through a resolution. I'm not sure if there's any one of you that may have a question in regards to the three presentations that were provided this morning. The general overview of NAHASTA, and then also the Indian Housing Block Grant, as well as the construction and development that was just recently completed by Mr. Franklin. What I would like to share with you, in the absence of having no hands up on the monitor here, Housing Authority does have some other programs that are made available to the general public. And Miss Sherry BK, Dan and Chitlo,
Yeah, David.
oh,
Okay, I've been trying to get on to pose my questions in the last 3 days. So finally, I'm able to pose my question. And it's regarding the NAHASDA program in partnership with the NHA. So I have several concerns. You know, we started our application back in 1990 with this NAHASDA, under NAHASDA. And that extended over a 23-year period before we finally, the home finally became into realization. So we've been asking exactly how much the house is going to cost us. So to the state, it has never been, you know, we've never been able to get that information. And so right now at this point in time, my husband passed away in 2020. And so I, you know, am continuing with the living in the housing, the house. This is my biggest concern is about back in 2017, I believe, and we were told that I was told by this housing specialist that the house, and I quote her, "The house has been paid off for you." And I'm like, okay, can you tell me again? She said the same thing. She made the same statement. And I said, wow, you know, and it was really something awesome to hear. And so we were paying monthly, and up to that point in time. And so at that point in time, we were calling to the NHA housing department. And we went through this process of signing documents regarding the houses and, you know, the situation at the point in time and what we were told. So we went through all this process, and
Any recommendations?
we ended up receiving the money that we paid into the house up to that point in time. And that was reimbursed to us. And most recently, we were told to start repayment. And so at this point in time, I am paying, but I feel like, I think, you know, I think we're not the only one that were in that situation. There are other veteran housings, veterans that have been, you know, a part of this event in occurrence. And I just feel like, you know, that should have never happened. I don't know why that happened. And then everything was reverted back. And, you know, and we tried to ask questions about what had actually happened. And so it was a real big surprise when we were told that repayment needs to start. And that I just feel like, you know, I'm I'd say about $20,000 behind since this occurred. I mean, if it was that, you know, after we were put in that situation. We never got documents as to what occurred with our, we asked for it, but we never got documents as to the documents that we signed at that point in time when we were told that the house was paid by the veterans or whatever program it was coming from. There was really no clarity on the part of NHA. And I just feel like, you know, with this, you know, if we had kept paying, we would have been, you know, 20,000 less on the house. We would have paid into the house, you know, and I'm just wondering if there's any plans, any remedies, you know, to kind of remedy this part of, you know, our contract. And and I'm sure, you know, there are other veterans that I, you know, there's several that I know of that are in the same boat, you know. And the other thing that I have a question on as far as veterans go, it seems like a lot of the programs are, you know, with this ARPA, I keep asking, you know, what are some of the, you know, any plans to get funding from the ARPA to assist the veterans? So, you know, since that point in time, I think it really, on my part anyway, there's institutional distress, program distress that I have, right? You know, that's what I'm feeling right now. You know, and I wouldn't want this to happen to any other veterans, you know. And so, especially the ones that, you know, have really taken part in the actual wars and so forth, you know, and because they sacrificed a lot. So and you know, really there's no I've asked, but there's really no clarity that, you know, that explains what happened. So that's one of the concerns that I have, and I've been trying to get online to ask my question. And it was always at the point where you went on your lunch break. But I do appreciate, you know, some clarity on this. And so, yeah, and, you know, I guess just that part where, you know, the history of pain. And I just feel like, you know, I'm like $20,000 less than what I should have paid into it already, if, you know, a lot of this had a day could ask. So that's my question. So
Hakushila, thank you very much. Thank you very much for that question. I am the veteran liaison for Navajo Housing Authority. Veterans who have elevated and also shared their concerns. I have been in communication with every one of them. My name is Earl Tooley. My number is 928-871-2672. My email is etooley, ETULLEY, at howan.org, HOOGHAN.org. And thank you very much for your question. And I have communicated with veterans who have communicated with me. And if it is in writing, then it's easier for us to follow that particular conversation. I have communicated with some of the veterans in regards to the house conveyance process. Upper management, the CEO and housing management is aware of the missteps that some of the offices may have taken or miscommunicated. And we are taking care of that. And Ms. Begay, I will assure you that I will get a hold of you. I've been contacting individuals either by email or either by texting or by phone. And since I have your phone number, I will communicate with you directly. And then you can send me an email. And then from that, we can have a trail of communication with any grievance that Navajo Housing Authority does have in regards to whether it is housing or with a proposal that has been mentioned by Ms. Gilmore. She did mention there is a grievance process with that. Yeah. Ako halik ke hodo to fatnini ke ya pe hozani aron da salat so kunde la da ishi ta hoit ne do sa hoike da hasid don aron da akhan ko ke ya kunde bitit na so sindash I aro da mo bis kande do hoste da ya ananashla short ati na ba hointet ati baka dana baka da sos took a hos don ecuadon hotish ne don hotish at a dikit a ya hot e do les misbegay. Are there any other questions that are out there? Hey, Diki, yeah, I don't see any other hands up. And what I would like to do is call for recess. We will go to lunch and then we can come back at 1 o'clock, 1:07. We will go ahead and get started again. So we will see you back then, and then we will continue on with our question and answers. Thank you and have a great lunch. Yeah, Nana. We'll be starting again here in the next few minutes in regards to the housing plan public hearing for 2023. The questions that you may have, would you please direct them to the presentations that were provided this morning? What is NAHASDA? The IHB G policies provided by Nellie Gilmore, and then also the Planning Construction Services Division by Mr. Ernest Franklin. I did begin to mention that there are other programs that Navajo Housing Authority is operating that I believe that would be beneficial to the listening audience that we have today. Currently, Navajo Housing Authority is assisting Navajo families on and off the reservation with the ERAP, Navajo Emergency Rental Program. The individual family will have a number of will have to have on hand a number of documents. Number one, you would have a lease in the individual applicant's name. The applicant will have to submit a CIB, Certificate of Indian Blood, and then also any communication that may be shared or provided to the family as far as delinquency notices or eviction notices. The ERAP also covers expenses for utility as well as internet connections for educational purposes or other purposes that the individual may need in regards to work. If you would like to have a bit more information on the emergency rental program, you can contact 928-871-2669. Nast e na kisepi sepi sos et atha na ki hastran nast e aji ke peso besten dok isen de ko peso beka I jeden leniki ik weet eko da I yeshikato what do other to go net no siko ke adigi ko dokne. And then the other assistance that Navajo Housing Authority, as far as housing programs are concerned, aside from the homeownership program and then also the public rental program, is the VASH, Veteran Affairs Housing, and that's for those individual families that have that are veterans. They may be homeless or unhoused, and then also in various predicaments of dealing with substance abuse issues, or maybe unemployed or seeking to reconnect with their families. The VASH program is open for that service. Also, we have the Section 8, which is a voucher program too for those individual families that may enjoy an opportunity to upgrade their skills, and then also for other purposes of relocating to a border community. I know that some of the families that are being assisted are out in Flagstaff as well as Albuquerque. The ERAP program has assisted a number of families, and they are, some of those families, Navajos, are located throughout the world, but this particular ERAP program covers those families that are going to, that have need for rental assistance, and their particular household income may have been impacted by the pandemic, COVID-19. Families from Washington, D.C. to Florida to Hawaii, up into the Northwest, into Washington, and then up into the Alaska Territory. Families that are living in those areas have been assisted. So this is for families living on and off the reservation. It is my understanding that those non-Navajo families that are residing within Navajo Nation can also be assisted as well. So please share that information in regards to the ERAP program, and then also the Section 8, which is a voucher program, and then the VASH program for veteran or Navajo veteran families. Ako ete ya hut edo de adon de di ko ekenai kitten leniki e ya di de benda kichita huist asadin de eko bengi kicho ho taniki e ya ke na ago Ha'ila o Yena Hazda, Ado and the Indian Housing Block Grant, or Hotel Bebedit, A Ajabehos Ani Beta, Anishiki, A Quigging Gishit Ansalin, Ado and the Bekel and Liniki A Ya Construction Services Division. A article ki a ya kodon kisn da hasnet sa late na ko halit o ya hawaniki nasi nito in the day ya sa nhabinani don't nito seko ya what else ya ha o kis late na adon da a ha ke wana a quick ya na ito kitten lean do les late lato adon da hit have da ade shikisha do nito seko ke engage besh be hot dot nende. This opportunity is given to you to ask some questions. I know that for the past 3 days, today being our 4th day, we have met with a number of communities, and a number of different ideas have come forth in regards to growing the housing stock here on Navajo, and then also other services that are related to construction activity, economic development activities. Some of those particular ideas have been shared. This is an opportunity for you as community members or entities and agencies to partner with Navajo Housing Authority. At the very onset, when we started off with Eastern Agency, there was a heavy I guess quite heavy questions on the partnership of the possibility of mortgage opportunities, setting aside X amount of dollars for down payment assistance or even financial literacy class courses so that families can begin to prepare themselves for mortgage opportunities. That was one of the highlight that came to mind. And then also some of the other issues in regards to partnering with various entities, faith-based groups, non-governmental organizations that are assisting various families that are out in and about the Navajo Nation. And a number of our border communities, let's say for instance, Albuquerque, Flagstaff, as well as Phoenix, Denver, and Los Angeles. I know that there are a number of our families that are residing out there. You know, how far could this particular funding reach as far as assisting some of those particular families? And the amount of money that individual people are asking as to what is in the balance. And I did mention during my presentation, the allocation of funds is estimated for this 2023 Indian Housing Plan. The estimated amount is $82.9 million. And Mr. Franklin did eloquently state in regards to how some of those formula for current assisted housing stock that need to be covered with the maintenance and operation funds. That particular amount is $30.9 million, $30.9 million. And if you subtract that from the $82.9 million, you will see what the balance is. And then from there, there is planning and administration currently at 15% of 12.4% that is allocated for planning and administration. That leaves the balance of 39.5 million. As far as ideas and concerns that individual communities may share. Ako AD sa na ito kita kuige beso sa hanel tele ya no hut ego sa honda hites kitten de ko. Sebetido ana kito at jendonas a meal so e honet e ya on habja alia. Akon de igisi be hozendo le denike 800 Asian ya o hut ego ya ne no sito le. Ako ya to shi honel tengi chichida dot asat ya honat I aro da te honat hilto. Aro da ku hawanas nelegito ai ta bike test ingi do kung be betanda da lenigi ai ta ya e sabja ya ko e diki 17 no bana ke. De mail so te schnellike ja tratting de mail so gebets anatnel adon da ja konde hot asen lady dona hat an lenige konde an nation lenige to kuige beso tapja nana ja na kitsa dato datlijendo tin mail so wonel yabts anas nelde ko adon da beach dato nisto bennache hawan nasi nisto benda hatado lekin zeniki ya khatin do anas datlijendo ba ashla de mail so ako ya wonel ya peso ki aden kishin yalla akut ego kuila ahil ni do de kuila ahtikne Juanete o la peso e kung ki chichibet ninigi 8 ya kute dole. Ako when sa dole la schneider kit. We do have a number of participants that have joined us that are off Navajo and entities that they're working with provide services to the Navajo Nation as well, Navajo Nation members as well. And many of our families are residing in these heavily populated areas. As I had mentioned, Albuquerque has about 23,000 Navajos residing there. The closest community that we have to Albuquerque is Tohajile and Alamo. Those are the two communities that are out there. That is where Navajo Nation government provides services. However, there are some entities within the Albuquerque city boundaries, as well as Flagstaff, Phoenix, and then also up into Denver and Salt Lake area, as well as Los Angeles, including some of our border towns that are here, Gallup, Farmington, Winslow, Holbrook, and Page. Those are some of the other communities where a number of our community members are residing. And therefore, questions have been posed. Is there an opportunity for them to receive assistance if they so desire to live in the communities where their present job is at? And that was one of the recommendations. So this is an opportunity to hear your particular input as far as what are some of the housing needs within your community, within the 110 chapters. What are some of the plans that you do have? You as individual chapters and community members are experts. By that, I mean, you know where Superfund sites are, brownfield sites are. You have knowledge as to where some of the former landfill sites are from the previous, governmental programs that have been out there, boarding schools, dormitories. They know they have been they have been dumping some of their waste into landfills, and you know where these areas are. So we want to keep away from those areas. Also, you have knowledge and intimate knowledge of where some of the cultural sites are in your particular community, traditional areas as far as ceremonies being conducted. In some of those areas, we want to make sure that we respect those areas too. And then Mr. Franklin did mention of the archaeological sites and some of the areas where Nasaza have been, some of their dwellings have been located, and then also some of the remains that are out there. We also want to respect that aspect as well and make sure that we do not develop in or near those particular areas. And then also we do have some areas where you have knowledge as far as during the rainy seasons and heavy moisture seasons, there are flooding areas as well. So those are some of the areas that you may have knowledge of. As far as the other critical habitats, such as biological, the eagle beddings, and then as well as some of the other protected species that are out there on Navajo. We have the Mesa Verde cacti too. Those environmental clearances that need to be made, we have a biological firm that goes out there and provides assistance to make sure that we follow the environmental reviews, and the environmental review records are then submitted, making sure that those areas are clear and free of any other protected sites that are out there. And then also some of the other community areas that you may have knowledge of as far as some of the development land that have been withdrawn. There's a number of communities out there that have withdrawn some property for development. I know that one of the areas is out in Delcon, and Delcon has withdrawn 700 acres. They have a new hospital that is going into, that is being built right now that will be soon online. And therefore, there will be a heavy need of individuals that will be working at the hospital and housing needs that will be needed to accommodate those particular workers at that site. So Delcon has set aside 700 acres, and I believe their population there is something in the neighborhood of about 1,500 plus or minus Navajo families residing within the chapter boundaries of Delcon. And then just north of there is Tisto, and south of there is Winslow, as well as east of there being Flagstaff and Birch Springs, Tulani Lake. So those are some of the areas that a number of our families are residing. Some are going to school, and then also some are working. It's not, it is common in a sense that some of our families are traveling 2 hours to work. And so building some housing developments near the growth areas and growth centers where jobs are located, then this would be an opportunity for individual families to reside in their community or come home from off Navajo to provide the expertise and the profession that they have acquired. This is an opportunity for you to ask some questions, and we'd be more than happy to assist you as much as possible. And the information that we do have, basically it is on, it is in electronic format, and then also at the website. You can download them and then also share them with your respective community members, club members that are out there. And then also you have opportunity to share them with your leadership within the chapter. And then also they have other governments. They call them AFOG, alternative form of government. Some of you are certified, and then also some of you are have a local governance that you're operating under. Also, we have also one area that we need to also understand is that we have growth areas in some of our communities like Kayenta Township. And Kayenta Township is basically an independent government, independent of the local chapter that is there. Navajo Forest Product Industries in the community of Navajo, New Mexico, that was set aside as a township. And since the closure of NFPI, that particular parcel of land still has some houses on there. And they have participated as far as in this session as well. So there are unique situations that are out there in and around Navajo Nation. We have some other chapters that are totally independent of Navajo, and they have their own policies and regulations as far as how land is allocated. If you go to Alamo chapter or Tohachile, formerly Kenyacito, Band of Navajos, you have some of those communities, as well as Rama. Some of those three satellite communities have their own process as far as they are basically providing services to their local communities, and they don't have to come to Navajo or Window Rock to get this information for land withdrawals, and they have their own process within their own chapters. And those three satellite chapter communities that I had mentioned, they operate their own utility firms as well, as far as septic system, lagoon system, water, electric is being provided by the local utility authority there, but they operate some of their own water and wastewater activities and infrastructure. And then up into the Navajo Mountain, and then also into the Navajo, Utah section of Navajo Nation. They also have their own particular form of funding as well. And their particular funding is earmarked by for their particular chapter service area. Navajo Utah Commission has partnered with Navajo Housing Authority as well. So there are a number of programs that are out there, and then you can bring this unique perspective to this dialogue so that we can expand the footprint of housing here on Navajo Nation. And I am sharing this information in regards to the absence of questions. I don't see anybody's hand up. And if there are no other questions, then that will conclude our particular presentation. Kudetega hotsan digite ya yehne den yoto bitna nature. Hodina she hawanko bitin day nature lido listen. So there are some winter advisory conditions that are out there as well. We ask you to protect yourself and be prepared for those winter driving conditions. And also in your particular commute, you be aware of some of the other drivers out there, because some of those hazardous conditions do come upon us right away in a form of black ice, or some of these storms can become very windy as well. So take care of yourself in that fashion, and then also wear your mask. And I will say that that will conclude our session. When so good ya kitchen the hasi net nido lesto here and the nido. I don't the night dish kitchen so she get your base bank to neto. I don't the a hazen nido list. So if you'd like to contact Navajo Housing Authority, you can dial the central phone number, which is 928-871-2600, and ask for Ms. Aniva J. Yazzie or Mr. Ernest Franklin or Ms. Nellie Gilmore, and they will connect you directly to them to answer any questions that you may have that may be of a different nature as well, because there's a number of different housing services that we do provide, as I had mentioned. Hakone, thank you very much for your attention, and then also this will conclude the fourth day of the public hearing for 2023 Indian Housing Plan.